process at Somerville, or indeed at Oxford generally. Somerville doesn't really do anything particularly different to the rest of the other colleges and the university as a whole. Obviously questions relating to the admissions process in whatever disciplines you're interested in. Questions related to the way Somerville operates. There will be student Q&As that might give you a more reliable insight into the student experience at Somerville in due course. But for me, as I say, I can try and offer some thoughts and ideas about your application and how the process goes and what tutors are looking for. And so we've got a first question, which is, will reading articles that connect your chosen field of study with other disciplines help with the interview? Well, I think the main reason, I think reading articles that relate to your chosen field of study, and indeed ones that place that field of study into the context of broader sort of intellectual discourse, is a good idea. I think it's a good idea simply because it's interesting, and hopefully if you're really sort of excited and interested in the field that you're planning to apply for, you will find that fulfilling and sort of an interesting thing to do. I think it is likely to help your application, partly because it might give you something to write about in your personal statement that provides sort of backup evidence of your commitment and enthusiasm for the course you're applying for. It might well be beneficial for the interview. It sort of depends to a certain extent what subject you're applying for. Sort of in humanities subjects, I know history, for instance, often do ask quite a bit about stuff that you've read, that you've told them that you've read. Whereas, I think when it comes to, say a science interview, that's likely to be more problems based. And whilst, the selectors will always be pleased to know that your enthusiasm for your subject, has, sort of drawn you to read widely around the subject and not stick to the school curriculum, it's quite unlikely that a lot of the interview, will, sort of major on the sort of personal history of Humphrey Davy or whatever. So as a general rule, read things related to your discipline because you want to, not out of some mechanistic utilitarian sort of gain. So next question, what do tutors look for in a personal statement, especially for maths and computer science? Well, this relates a bit to the previous one. Personal statement is essentially for any subject an opportunity for the applicant to persuade the reader, the selector, of their genuine, sort of motivation to study the course. It also has the benefit of providing you with an opportunity to provide evidence of that enthusiasm, but also to sort of list any achievements that might not appear elsewhere on the UCAS application, which are relevant to the course in question. So you get to list all your qualifications, your GCSEs and blah blah blah, in standard parts of the application. But if you've won, sort of some recognition in the International Maths Olympiad or something like that, it doesn't easily fit in the rest of the application. Personal statement is a fantastic opportunity for you to show off about that, and certainly if you're applying for maths and computer science, and, any recognition of your coding skills or achievement in mathematics that goes sort of beyond straightforward qualifications can be boasted about there. That's exactly what it's for. And say it's also an opportunity for you to demonstrate your enthusiasm. You always need to back up the assertion that you're interested in it with, if you can, sort of evidence, to support that assertion. Next question: how is Somerville unique compared to other colleges? That's a tough question. I think I might start, by saying that so maybe slightly unexpected, but it's important to say that colleges have more in common with each other than that which divides them. It's important to say that all Oxford colleges provide a sort of human scale community, which is really important for helping people settle in and get to know people and really feel like they're a recognized and valued part of that community. They also are responsible for the small group teaching, the tutorials, which are sort of characteristic of the Oxford experience. And yet every college is sort of different to every other. Somerville is different in a number of ways. We were founded as an all-female college, one of the first all-female colleges to admit women. We admitted women in the same year and for the first time, as Lady Margaret Hall. The difference between those two, sort of pioneer all-female colleges, was that Lady Margaret Hall still required their students to sort of, be, professed Anglicans, and we relaxed the religious requirements. We went mixed in 1994, where actually really we're next door neighbours to the Maths Institute. We're really well positioned for a lot of university departments. I think I might argue, but talk to our students about this, that we're one of the friendliest of the Oxford colleges. No Oxford college is unfriendly, I should say, though. We have really surprisingly extensive green grounds that you would not expect, if you stood outside our front door. We have one of the least imposing, sort of frontages, with some of the largest interiors of all the colleges in Oxford. So it's a bit of an undiscovered gem. All colleges arguably have a certain TARDIS-like quality. They seem somewhat bigger on the inside than you would have imagined from the outside, but I would argue none more so than Somerville. And another, sort of distinctive characteristic is that we are able to house our undergraduates for the duration of their undergraduate degrees on site. So no going off to a sort of annex somewhere else. Everybody is all together if they sort of want to be. Next question: how much merit do MOOCs, that's massive open online courses, hold in applications? I sort of I think sort of undertaking a MOOC can be advanced as evidence of your enthusiasm for your subject. Obviously, it's an entirely voluntary activity that I presume relates to the subject that you're wishing to study, and that is one way to demonstrate your enthusiasm for it. We can't really take any notice of any marks claimed in MOOC assessments, partly because sort of not people's circumstances are very different. Not everybody will be in a position to sort of undertake anything comparable. So we don't have a standard to compare with. But if you find a MOOC that's interesting to you, then by all means, sort of enroll, follow it, and tell us about it. It can't do any harm. But I would say don't do that just because you think it will enhance your chance of making a successful application. I think it makes more sense, if the motivation is that actually it's interesting. You want to do it because you are interested in, sort of the subject, whether that's, sort of physics or history or sort of French or whatever. And not because, once again, you've got some sense that there's a utilitarian benefit to your application, and you're going to make yourself do this thing that you're not that fussed about, because it will help you get into Oxford. If so, I would encourage you to actually keep looking for something that does interest you, because that's going to be both more rewarding for you and more likely to be helpful to your application. So next question is, what are the plans if admissions tests and/or interviews cannot be completed as usual due to lockdowns / COVID-19? So our current thinking is that we anticipate it being feasible for admissions tests to take place as normal. Sort of in most cases, given the size of cohorts in an individual school of Oxford and Cambridge applicants, it shouldn't be difficult to organise tests under social distancing protocols. So the tests ought to be feasible, we believe, and our expectation, is that interviews will take place remotely. We've been doing remote interviews for a number of years for overseas students for whom it wasn't practical to travel to Oxford. So we have quite a bit of experience of doing that, albeit not on the scale that we'll need to do it this year. But we don't expect it to be infeasible to do remote interviews. The details, I think, have yet to be worked out, but what we say to overseas students, has been that they should, if possible, take the interview in a facility at their school, and we would anticipate most schools would have, the facilities to enable that to happen on the school site. So you shouldn't be dependent on your home internet connection and your home equipment. Of course, there is a degree of uncertainty, in details, and we're still working through those, but the broad sort of understanding is that in a test will be as normal, but people spaced out, and interviews will be done remotely. Next question from Matty. Hello, Matty. How can you prepare for interviews? That's an interesting one. One thing I think that's universal and potentially beneficial is to simply practice talking about your subject. So it can feel very weird discussing sort of 18th century history, or sort of quantum mechanics, or whatever. It's not a conversation you have every day, but it would be helpful to you in the interview, probably, if it's not the first time you've ever had to talk about your subject. So if you could sort of try and either persuade teachers at your school to give you some time for you to just talk about the subject, or indeed your peers. If you know anyone else that's applying to Oxford or Cambridge, where there might be an interview, you could enter into a sort of pact whereby they'll spend half an hour listening to you gab on about chemistry, and in return you'll have a conversation with them about sort of classical archaeology or whatever. In addition, do have a look at the online videos that are available on the university website of sort of interviewers talking about how they do interviews. There are some example interviews available. If you apply to Somerville, for instance, we run a sort of demystifying day, and you'll have an opportunity. This is sort of going to be online, I think, in the coming cycle, in which there are some demonstration interviews, and you can get some sense of what it's like. If you're applying for science subjects, just practice asking yourself questions drawn from everyday observations, and sort of getting some sense of what the science that underpins the world around you might be. So my background's in physics, and it's a million years ago now, but I sort of did my first degree at Oxford, and I spent a bit of time just doing estimates. So I wonder how many bricks there are in that building, and I wonder what the weight of the air in this room is. You try and make reasonable estimates. It may have no obvious direct relevance to anything that they ask you in an interview, but it also helps you just get into a habit of thinking along the lines of a physicist, and you can ask yourself similar questions about the chemistry that is all around us, or whatever may be relevant. Sort of try and work out what the energy content of a battery is, or something. You never know. It probably won't come up in the interview. I mean, there's no way that you can prepare in the same way you prepare for A levels, where there's a set syllabus, and you just try and remember stuff and all the questions that came before. interviews are designed, to involve questions that none of the interviewees have come across before, and they're more a test of people's thinking, than prior knowledge, because we're not looking for who knows the most already. We're really looking for, sort of who's the sharpest thinker, in their subject. So what happens if you are really ill on the day of an admissions test? Yes. It does happen. The same as it happens for people taking GCSEs and A-levels. The school will inform gosh, we've only got 5 minutes left. How time flies. So the school informs the sort of testing agency, and the university is informed as well, and so we know that there's a sound reason why that piece of information is missing, and we try to judge the application in the absence of that sort of normally important bit of evidence. I can't say that it doesn't make a difference, because obviously one of the things that you can't do is shine in the admissions test, and I can't even say you're sort of guaranteed to get an interview so that we can just in case you would have been brilliant. We have to try and make a judgment that sort of doesn't overly penalize people for being unwell on the day of the test, but I can't guarantee that it will be sort of entirely neutral to your application. It can't be positive. We'll try for it to limit the damage on your application, but I can't guarantee that. Next question: how much emphasis is placed on admissions tests versus previous qualifications, especially as COVID may affect test dates as well as heighten anxiety for test takers? I think that's very hard to answer. In normal circumstances, I would say tests are the more recent bit of evidence than, say, GCSEs, and thus, in broad terms, carry more weight. But it may well be that GCSEs were taken pre-COVID. They will have been, and the test, is post-COVID. But it's worth, bearing in mind that the tests will be taken by everybody in the post-COVID world, and you're not being held to an absolute standard. You're just being compared with each other. But I think it's just too early to give a definitive answer to that. I think we'll still look very carefully at admissions test results, but we'll also think very carefully about the context and what the likely impact of COVID-19 will be, and indeed differential impacts that may affect different people in different ways. Next question: is it hard to apply for a scholarship in Somerville? Okay, it's not entirely clear what that means. If that's referring to a funding scholarship for overseas students, and that's the last question, and I have a minute to try and answer it, then it's a relatively straightforward process. But do have a look at the university's fees and funding page for all scholarships. If it's referring to an internal scholarship, we award scholarships to students on course, then you don't need to apply for them. You just need to do well on your course, and we make those awards. Sort of if you're eligible for a scholarship, in general, say we have a Lee Kuan Yew scholarship for applicants from Singapore. We contact eligible people and invite them to apply. So, sort of it's really quite easy. So I think our time is pretty much up. I've really enjoyed it. That really has flown. Thank you so much for your interest and your questions. Please make the most of the rest of this and tomorrow open days at Somerville and across Oxford. And I hope you get answers, that help you with your, decision making as regards your Oxford applications. I think we're out of time. Final thank you and farewell.
Okay, so the first question is, do you have any advice for writing a personal statement as an applicant for English? That's a really good question. I think our advice would be to write about what you enjoy. So we're particularly interested in your personal statement to find out what it is that you enjoy reading. So we'd like you to tell us not only about your A-level set texts, but also about reading that you do in your own time, reading that you do for pleasure. Obviously, we're interested in finding out other things about you as well, beyond what you read. But I think our primary interest as tutors is finding out what you enjoy reading. The one bit of advice I would give is that make sure that if you say on your personal statement, I love the novels of Jane Austen, for example, that you're ready to talk about the novels of Jane Austen in your interview. So don't write in your personal statement about anything that you wouldn't feel comfortable talking about in your interview, because we will probably ask you about it. And the other bit of advice I'd give, I think, is don't feel that you only have to write about, very scholarly or academic reading that you're doing. If you enjoy reading science fiction, then we want to know about that. If you enjoy reading, I don't know, something really obscure, fan fiction, then, write about that in your personal statement. The second question is it okay to talk about young adult fiction in my personal statement? The answer to that would be, I think, covered primarily in what I've just said. Yes, it's absolutely fine. We're really interested to know what you enjoy reading. We don't mind what it is. We just want to know. We want to know what you enjoy. I would say, though, bear in mind when you're putting in an application, the particular nature of the degree here. So have a look at the English faculty web pages. Have a look at Somerville's own website and at what our own students say about their experience of studying here, and make sure that you have a good sense of what the syllabus involves, because it is a very broad and expansive degree, but there are certain things that you should be aware of. So, for example, if your primary interest is in American fiction, you should be aware that there's not much of an opportunity to look at that until your third year. In your third year, you have a lot of freedom and flexibility to cover what you want, but it doesn't necessarily come until that point. Sorry, I must just turn off my email. So make sure that you're aware of the syllabus. Okay, the next question is, I was told that I should have a theme for my personal statement. Is that true, and how does it work? No, I don't think you need a theme specifically. I think you need to write from the heart. So if there is a theme, then the theme would be, being true to yourself, and being true to your own interests. But I don't think you need to, for example, have a theme of loving historical fiction, or have a theme of loving the novels of Dickens, or the novels of Margaret Atwood. I think the theme should be that of being true to yourself. So write from the heart, write about what you care about, but don't limit yourself to a particular theme. The fourth question is, how much choice do students have in the texts they study? The answer to that is a lot of choice. One of the sort of compelling features of the Oxford degree is that students have a lot of freedom and independence under the guidance of their college tutors in deciding the texts that they're going to look at in detail. Broadly speaking, in your first 2 years, you follow a sort of a pattern of papers looking at different periods of literature. So you're limited to that extent. You have papers on Victorian literature, papers on modern literature, papers on medieval literature. So you're limited to those particular periods for those particular papers, but within those papers, in consultation with your college tutor, you have a lot of freedom to choose what you want to look at. The particular freedom comes, though, in your third year, when you write 2 extended essays on topics, on texts, on themes, pretty much entirely of your own choice. So in recent years, we've had students doing really fascinating and idiosyncratic dissertations in that final year. So that's where you really get the chance to experiment and to pursue your own particular interests. But even in the 2 years leading up to that, there is a lot of freedom within the course. The fifth question is, what would you typically be expected to produce for tutorials every week? So in any given term, you would probably be doing a whole paper and half of another paper. So over the course of the 8-week term, you could probably expect to be producing a piece of written work every week for your tutorial. And the written work will most often take the form of an essay. And those essays are sort of around anything from 1,200 to 1,800 words. And you would submit that probably the day before your tutorial. Your tutor would have time to mark it, and then you would discuss it with your tutor in your tutorial, which would be, with you and the tutor and anything up to 3 people. But we wouldn't generally have more than 3 people in a tutorial. Most frequently, tutorials are 2 people. So most often you'll be expected to produce an essay for a tutorial, but alongside that, you might be asked to produce, a short presentation on a topic. If you're doing a class that week, so a 10-minute presentation with a handout in which you take your classmates through a particular theme or topic that you found interesting. And then the other piece of work that you're quite often expected to produce is a piece of close literary analysis, close commentary on a passage generally of poetry. And that you could probably expect to produce, I don't know, up to 4 times a term. Particular papers ask for more close reading than others, but that would become clear when you arrived in Oxford. So generally an essay, but sometimes that's varied by presentations and close readings that we call commentaries. The next question is, what advice would you give for preparing for the ELAT, and how important is this for your application? So to take the first part of that, what advice would you give for preparing for the ELAT? I mean, the point of the ELAT really is that you can't prepare for it because all of the passages in the ELAT paper every year are unseen. So that's the whole point, that you can't go in ready, prepared. Having said that, I think there are two useful things that you can do prior to sitting the ELAT. One is to look at some past ELAT papers, which are readily accessible online, or which your teachers might provide for you. So look at some past papers and maybe do one or two practice past papers and ask your teacher if they might have a look at them for you, because it's just a really good idea to get used to doing the close reading that is expected of you in the ELAT in the period of time that you're allotted for the test. So first of all, get hold of some past papers and have a go at them and familiarise yourself with the layout. Second, and in a way I think this is more important, keep reading. Keep reading in a variety of poetry and prose from a really wide variety of periods. So ask your teachers in school if you could, sorry, I'm just looking at the next question. I'll come to that in a minute. Ask your teachers in school if they have, an anthology of, I don't know, early modern literature or something that they might be able to lend to you and that you might be able to have a look at, just so you become familiar with looking at texts from earlier periods as well as from the modern period. But also, get hold of an anthology of poetry. Any anthology will do, and just get used to doing the sort of close reading that is expected of you. The ELAT is one factor in your application. So we take into account your ELAT score, your written work that you submit with your application, and we take into account the evidence of your UCAS form, and we take into account your interview performance, and we balance those four pieces of evidence together in assessing your application. The next question is, could you clarify what the ELAT stands for anyone listening who is unfamiliar with the acronym? It stands for the English, now I think it's either language or literature, I'm not entirely sure, but the English, let's say English language and literature aptitude test. So the English language and literature aptitude test. So basically it's a test to assess sort of how effective you are as a close reader of literary texts and literary language. The seventh question is it necessary to speak about English language in the personal statement as it is involved in the course? Okay, so yes, it is involved in the course. The degree at Oxford is very specifically an English language and literature degree. In your first year in Oxford, one of the papers that you take involves you in doing some close language work, some close linguistic analysis. So it certainly is part of the degree. And if you're particularly interested in the language, then you can go on in your third year to specialise in language if you want to. Having said that, going back to what I said at the beginning of this session, don't talk about the English language in your personal statement unless you are prepared to talk about it in your interview. So if you do have a genuine particular interest in the English language, then please do write about it in your personal statement. And don't feel again that, you have to be incredibly academic and scholarly in what you write about the English language. We have students this year, who are working on the language of contemporary rap, the language of contemporary performance poetry, that sort of thing. So, we're interested in students who are interested in language use in all sorts of contexts. It doesn't just have to be language use in a scholarly context. And then the other thing I would say is that obviously if you're doing English language as one of your A levels, or if you're doing an English language and literature A level, then it is quite likely that you'll want to write about it in your personal statement, and it is quite likely that we'll ask you about it if you write about it in your statement. Eighth question is, how sympathetically do you look at mitigating circumstances? I'm worried my GCSEs will hinder my application despite circumstances being out of my control. Okay, the answer is that we always look sympathetically at mitigating circumstances. Your GCSE results are a relatively small factor in our assessment of your application. We understand that there are many different circumstances in which students sit GCSEs and many different factors which hinder their performance in their GCSEs. So if these are drawn attention to in your personal statement or in your teacher's reference or in a letter from your school, then absolutely we pay attention and look very sympathetically at those circumstances. The other thing that I would say is that in assessing your UCAS form and in assessing your GCSE performance, we always factor in the sort of overall average performance of your school at GCSEs, so of your cohort at GCSEs. So there are all sorts of statistical analyses that go on behind the scenes at the university that enable us to put your GCSE results in a context. So we pay attention to context and we pay attention to mitigating circumstances, absolutely. Ninth question, what makes a candidate memorable for you? That's an interesting question. It's always one of the things that students ask about when they first arrive in Oxford. Do you remember my interview? And the answer is that we do remember most. I think candidates probably remember them more clearly than we do, because it is obviously such a huge and significant time for all of you. I remember my own university interviews from goodness knows how many years ago, but I'm sure the people who interviewed me don't. And then the other thing is that when students leave, when they get to the end of their third year, they really enjoy reflecting back on their experience at interview. So it is a really significant thing for you, and we absolutely recognise that. In terms of what makes a candidate memorable, it can be a variety of things. A candidate with a sense of humour, a candidate with interesting responses to questions, a candidate who's a really astute, close reader. We remember candidates who are particularly nervous. There are all sorts of reasons for us thinking candidates are memorable. But we do take a lot of care to make the interviews as comfortable an experience for you as possible. We have absolutely no interest in making you anxious, in making you feel embarrassed and stupid. All we want to do is get the best out of you and make the interview a really positive and exciting experience. 10th question, is it rare for international students to study English at Oxford? Do you have any specific advice for international applicants? Okay, I'm not sure of the university-wide statistics. In Somerville, I would say that on average we have one international student a year, sometimes less, sometimes more, but on average one. In terms of specific advice for international applicants, I would say that it's even more important for international applicants than it is for home applicants to get a real sense of the college to which they are applying, and the sort of general culture of Oxford University. So do even more exhaustive searching on various college websites. Think even more carefully about where you're applying and why you're applying. And then I think also, and again, this applies to all applicants, but perhaps even more to international applicants, do look carefully at the content of the degree, of the English degree, and make sure that you're familiar with what it is that you'll be looking at and thinking about while you're here. You know, the sorts of texts and the sorts of readings that you'll be doing while you're here. So really familiarise yourselves with the university, with the college, and with the contents of the course. 11th question, should the written work for the application be on texts other than the ones written about in the personal statement? Does it have to have been marked by a teacher? I'm on a gap year. Okay, so to take the last of those, does it have to be marked by a teacher? Yeah, our strong preference is for you to send us a piece of work that has been marked by a teacher. And this is for all sorts of reasons. But perhaps the most important of those to us is that when we look at your teacher's comments, we get a sense of how you've been taught and how much help you have or haven't been given. So it's really helpful to us in assessing the evidence supplied by our written work if it is supplemented by your teacher's comments. So do, if at all possible, send us in a piece of work that has been marked by a teacher. It's preferable to us, very preferable. And then the first bit of the question, should the written work for the application be on texts other than the ones written about in the personal statement? No, it doesn't have to be. Send in the written work that you feel most happy with, that you feel reflects your abilities most fully. It can be about the same texts as in the personal statement, but equally it can be about something completely different. The only other thing I would say about written work is that you should be prepared to discuss your written work in the interview. So, you know, before you have your interview, make sure that you have reread the written work that you submitted all those weeks ago. And if it's about a particular text, make sure that you've refamiliarized yourself with the contents of that text. We may not ask you about your written work in the interview. Often we don't get round to it because there are so many other interesting things to talk about. But we may well ask you about it. So just be prepared for us to do that. The next question, how much emphasis is there on the English language side of the course? Is it possible to focus mainly on literature? Okay, so I mean, a sort of really basic answer to that would be you can't really focus on literature without thinking about language, and actually vice versa, you can't really focus on language without thinking about literature. So the two, you know, very much come as a paired offering. As I said a moment ago, it is a language and literature degree. Having said that, as I've said already, in your first year at Oxford, you take 4 papers. You take a paper in early medieval literature, a paper in Victorian literature, a paper in modern literature, and then a paper which is a sort of an introduction to literary studies. And for that 4th paper, half of the work that you do is specifically on language. The other half is on literary theory. So of your 4 papers in the first year, only half of one is specifically devoted to language. Having said that, for the early medieval paper that you also take in your first year, there is quite a lot of language work involved because obviously you're having to familiarise yourselves with texts written in Old English, so written in a very early form of the English language. And it is a little bit like learning a new language, not quite, but it has elements in common. So there is a bit of language work on the medieval side of the paper in your first year. Then in your second year, all of the papers that you take are literary. You know, you can adopt a language-based approach to your literary text if you want to, but if you don't want to, you absolutely don't have to. The focus is very much on literature. And then in your third year, for the 2 extended essays that I mentioned earlier, you know, if you wanted to write on linguistic topics, then absolutely you could. But equally, it's perfectly possible to focus primarily on literature in that final year. There is a particular strand of the English degree called Course 2, which you can read about on the English faculty web pages. And Course 2 is a particular strand of the degree, as I say, which allows students to focus rather more on language than you do in the mainstream degree. So there are papers for Course 2 on, for example, the historical development of the English language. So if language is your particular interest, then there are ways of making it more central to your degree than most people do. But a lot of people go through the degree with a primary focus on literature, and that's absolutely fine. Yeah. 13th question, do you have any advice for students who are intimidated by the Old English component of the course? It seems impossible. It's not impossible. It's really fun. It's the really good thing about it is that you all come up to Oxford with absolutely no knowledge of Old English. So it's a really level playing field for all of you. So some of the most fun that students have in their first year, that English students have in their first year, not counting what you do outside academia, I don't know, but some of the most academic fun that students have in their first year is in the Old English classes, which really are, you know, there's a lot of laughter and a lot of sort of good humour in helping each other out, because it does look challenging. And there are undoubtedly students who find it difficult in their first year. In terms of what you do to sort of deal with this intimidation, I think you could do worse than, for example, read Seamus Heaney's very famous translation of the Old English epic poem Beowulf. It's a really accessible translation, which is in itself a work of literature. It's readily available. You can easily get it from Amazon, or you could ask your school library to get it for you. So that's the Seamus Heaney translation of Beowulf. Or, you know, as well as that, there are hundreds, well, not hundreds actually, but a few film versions of Beowulf. And as it is the sort of most important, longest Old English text, and one of the texts that you would study in your first year at Oxford, then you could again do much worse than look at a few of the Old English, a few of the film versions of Beowulf. The other thing I would say is look around on the internet. There's a really fantastic website called the Riddle Ages. That's the Riddle Ages. And it's a website which talks about and translates lots of Old English short poems, Old English riddles. And that's a really accessible way of gaining a familiarity with some of the more obscure elements of Old English literature. So look around on the internet. There are things like the Riddle Ages, which can make it all seem more accessible and more manageable. Okay, the last question. Could you give me an example of a typical tutorial essay topic? And do students choose what to write about themselves, or are there specific set texts each week? So taking the last of those first, there are sort of groups of set texts each week. You don't have to write on all of them. You can choose a particular selection of them. But if the texts that we set aren't ones that you want to write on, then we're really open to you telling us about what you want to write on, and adapting what we're asking you to do. So there is a lot of choice in what you write about, but also there's a lot of guidance. So if you're not sure, then we're really happy to offer guidance. An example of a typical tutorial essay topic. Oh gosh, that's difficult. For the medieval paper, I'm just setting the summer reading for the current first years. So the topic that I'm setting for the first tutorial is depictions of race and otherness in medieval literature. So I've set a few questions that ask people to think about depictions of Europeans and non-Europeans in medieval texts. So race and otherness, gender is another one that often comes up that is very popular. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. I mean, anyway, I'm aware that I'm running out of time, but basically lots of variety, lots of choice. And we always sort of attempt to make what you're studying relevant to, the situations and circumstances in which we all find ourselves. So I'd quite like to do some teaching on medieval pandemics next year, for example, but we'll have to see. Any last words? No, just enjoy reading, keep reading, read as much as you can, and read as much variety as you can.
Oh. I feel like I'm not gonna know some of the
Hey guys, so we're live. I'm Fabio Rossi, a first year PPist here at Somerville, and with me are Amy and Corinne.
Hi guys, I'm Corinne. I'm a first year physicist at Somerville.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm a first year biochemist, also at Somerville.
So if you guys send in your questions, then we will answer them on screen as they come up.
So I think there's a question one now. The question is, should or did the academic interests of the teaching staff influence your college choice?
For me, not really, personally. I wasn't too aware of what my tutor specialised in when I was applying. So yeah, I kind of went for the other thing that I liked about the college, kind of like the location and the atmosphere and the facilities and stuff.
Amy?
I thought for me personally, it was more important to, I guess, for me, it was more important the college atmosphere and meeting the tutors rather than what they specifically were researching. I guess, yeah, for biochemistry, the course is quite broad in the first year, so it's not so much about what the tutors' academic interests are, but that might be different for different subjects. It just wasn't something that was particularly important for me.
So I guess from my perspective as the only humanities student here, I remember I had a vague awareness. I looked at what the tutors were doing or their research interests. If I'm completely honest, some of the economics tutors, I didn't really understand some of their things because I hadn't studied economics before. And I don't think it's necessarily that important because when you get into your finals honours school, so second, third and fourth year for some subjects, the way it works for humanities is usually, it is likely that you might go to other colleges for your tutorials, which means that there'll be tutors who are specialists in their fields who are most likely going to be teaching you for specific papers. So you won't always have all your teaching in college. So whilst it's, it's lovely to have a tutor at your college that is doing a subject that you're interested in, and that can be a real benefit, it's definitely by no means something that you should, base your decision on colleges on. But it is a bonus, I guess. Question 2 is, what were your interviews like?
Okay, so when I came for interviews, I had 3 interviews. They were all on consecutive days, so one on the Monday, one on the Tuesday, and one on the Wednesday. I had 2 of them at Somerville, and I had 1 of them at New College. And they were all pretty similar. They were about 20 minutes to half an hour long. There was either 2 or 3 tutors, and I sat down and there was like a massive A1 sheet of paper on the table. And the tutors, they'd start asking me questions. They alternated them between kind of like physics problems and maths problems. And as I worked through them, I was just doing all the work on the piece of paper in front of them, which they then kept at the end. And it was just a process of kind of talking through what you were doing, talking through why you were doing it, and what your thought process was. And if you got stuck, they kind of edge you along. But it's mainly just kind of a chance to sit down and work through some problems, like your typical sort of A-level standard kind of problems, but obviously a bit different, a bit harder, in front of some tutors, and just try and get there really. But they're more interested in how you do it instead of if you actually get there. But yeah, it's just kind of like, it's almost like just talking to teachers about problems at school, just kind of a bit different.
So yeah, my interviews were quite similar to Corinne's. I only had 2 though. I had 1 at Somerville and 1 at St Anne's. And they were quite different from each other, which I almost didn't expect. But the Somerville one, we actually had to do a reading task beforehand. So it was really easy though. It's nothing to stress about. You just have to read it and then answer a few basic comprehension questions just to like check you understand the concept and things like that. Yeah, and then the questions in the interviews, yeah, they were basically the same. They were questions, there was paper in front to write out. They like if you write out what you're thinking, like with calculation questions, so they can see where you're going and help you along if you're heading in the wrong direction. I think one of my interviews, they asked more questions like that, and one of them they asked more knowledge questions, but they're not worried if you don't know the answers, because it's about your thought process to get to the answers. So don't worry, it's fine.
So my interview experience, I had 2 interviews, both at Somerville. And for PPE, it's probably slightly different because obviously you have 3 subjects that you need to cover. I had only studied one of the subjects. Obviously, I was quite nervous, but the way it worked is I had 1 economics interview and 1 kind of politics and philosophy interview. In the economics one, they gave us a graph. I think it was on like automation and like job losses. And firstly, they started off by going through and just kind of describing the graph, and asking questions about trying to understand like the trends that could have caused it. And then the last maybe 50 minutes of the interview was it wasn't coding per se. It was kind of a mix of Excel and some kind of computer language where you had a set of variables that could it was like add or multiply or subtract, and you had to do some calculations with that and some data tables. And the politics and philosophy, we got given an extract. It was a paper by a philosopher. And we had 20 minutes to read it before the interview, and we can make notes on the paper. Then in the interview, I spent about 10-15 minutes talking about that with the philosophy tutor, and about 10-15 minutes talking about the general topic that came up of freedom with the politics tutor. In general, like I would say, don't get scared of, if you say something wrong, that's it, game over, because the tutors really want to push you till you get to a point where it's really, really challenging and you might get stuck. And they're absolutely happy to help if you need to ask questions, or you want things clarified, or you don't understand, something that they've said. Definitely say that. And I would definitely reiterate what Corinne and Amy said, the fact that they're not looking for like how much you know already, but they're looking for how you think in the interview, whether you can take new concepts and apply the skills you've got to answering that question. So question 3 is, what has been the highlight of your time at Somerville so far?
Okay, for me it has to be so I started playing kind of like non-contact ice hockey with the college when I came to uni. I'd never skated before, so I was like a complete novice. and we had the kind of intercollegiate competition last term. It's called Cuppers, and it was really chill, and it was just a great night. We were up until like 4 a.m. just playing ice hockey all night, and it was just a lot of fun. It was really nice to like be able to compete with my friends in college, and we were all there in our kit, and yeah, that had to be like one of my best times at uni so far.
It's a really hard question. I think there's a lot of highlights. I think the alpacas coming to visit in Welfare Week was really nice. You could just walk them around the quad and stroke them and take pictures, and that was a really nice thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard question because life flies by when you're at uni, and you're having so much fun so often. I'd say I've probably got 2 or 3 highlights. I'll start off with kind of my nerdy academic highlight was I went to listen to a lecture by a author that I think I'd read his book and a paper before. So that was quite cool to see that person in the flesh, like speaking on their topic. That was quite cool. The other one was there's a kind of, I think it's probably exclusive to maybe Oxford, Cambridge, and a few other like collegiate universities where they have like college parties like within the college. They're called BOPs. And sometimes you have like BOPs with other colleges. So there was one with Somerville and St Anne's that was joint, and I just remember that being a really fun evening. And the final highlight was probably like one over the year, but I play football for the Somerville men's team, and it was really cool to avoid relegation on the last day. It was definitely a highlight. Unfortunately, we had to get into that position, but that was definitely a highlight. Question 4 from Amanda is, are there many societies at Somerville? I'm particularly interested in physics societies. Thank you. So Corinne, I guess you're best placed to answer that for the physics aspect.
Yeah, so there's loads of societies at Somerville. During like at the end of Freshers Week, they do like a mini college Freshers Fair with all societies. So FizSoc is fairly new at Somerville. There is it got set up like the year before I started. We've just got some stash actually, and it just so happens that I have it in my drawer here, so I might just get my stash out. We got Somerville physics face masks this week, and I have a matching t-shirt. It's really cool. But yeah, so we have FizSoc, and we kind of go on. We have like 1 or 2 socials a term. Normally, when the stash arrives, we do a social with wearing all our stash, like this sort of stuff. In terms of uni-wide, there's also the Physics Society, the uni-wide one, which do kind of weekly academic talks and socials and stuff like that. But yeah, there's whatever you want to do, like there's so much stuff, and there's so many different scientific societies to get involved in.
Yeah, there's like a lot of other societies as well. So I think, yeah, I couldn't give it a number, but I know I'm part of the Christian Union. That's a really good Somerville society, and also the Dance Society is also quite new, but there is one. So yeah, there's a whole range of things to get involved in.
I would definitely say, if you don't want to join a uni-wide society, Somerville has a fairly comprehensive coverage of things you'd be interested in. They've got all the main sports covered to like fairly niche sports like ice hockey. They've got a music society if you're into that. They've got kind of like more artistic societies. So I think they've got like a knitting society. There's like baking society. So there are like a whole range of things you can get involved in depending on, what your interests are. And if you can't find it at Somerville, you'll definitely be able to find it in the uni. But I think as colleges go, Somerville does have a lot of societies you can get involved in. Question 5, Corinne, I think they must be loving you because this is another physics one. You need to bring anything to your physics interview?
No, just turn up. When you get in there's a massive piece of paper, and they have like pens and pencils. You can pick whichever one you want to write with. And yeah, you just need to turn up really. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Question 6 is, how close is Somerville to the centre of town and subject departments?
So Somerville's actually really close to the physics department, which is really ideal. There have been times where I've like rolled out of bed for a 9 a.m. at 8:45 and still made it. Not that I would recommend it, but it works. So yeah, Somerville's really close to the physics society and the labs, and not physics society, physics department, labs and all that sort of stuff. From the city centre, a 10-minute walk tops, I'd say. Maybe it depends how fast you walk. I'm quite a fast walker, and I can normally get there in about 10 minutes. It's a really nice spot. It's kind of just on the outside of the centre of town, but then it's also really close to Jericho, which is another part of Oxford, which is really pretty as well. So yeah, it's in a really good location.
Yeah, so all the science buildings, departments are in the same science park, or most of them anyway. So it's really close to biochemistry as well. So that's quite nice little short walk. And I would say about the 10-minute walk to the centre, some people might think that's a long way, but I really like that because you're just out of the way, so we're not flooded by tourists, but then still close enough to reach everything. So I really like where Somerville is located, actually.
So I guess I'll try and cover the broad humanities. One thing I would say is for humanities, like lectures won't necessarily be in like subject faculty buildings. So like all my lectures this year have been in a building called Exam School in the High Street, which is, I cycle everywhere. I've got a very distinct yellow bike that I cycle everywhere. And it probably takes me about 3-4 minutes to cycle there. And if you walk to exam schools, it's probably 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how quickly you do it. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, like Corinne said, it's just far enough outside of the city that you're not like, there's not loads of passers-by and tourists, but you are close enough to walk in if you want to, go see the sites or, go to the Radcam to work. And also, I guess another thing is it's quite close to a lot of green spaces. So it's close to uni parks, which is like a big open park that you can go and, chill with your mates, kick a ball about. And also Port Meadows, which in summer is really popular for like picnics and stuff. And we're probably the closest college roughly to both of them, give or take a few. Next question is, how do you prepare for interviews?
I don't think you can prepare like expressly for them. Yeah, you can prepare for them, but you don't actually know what they're going to say. I think it's just a case of kind of, watching practice interviews online is really good. The best thing that I did is I got my physics teacher to do like a mock interview with me. So he made up some questions and I was just stood at the right whiteboard working on them. And I think that was probably the best thing I did to kind of get used to the format and get used to kind of being asked the questions and having to talk out loud. Another good way to prep is kind of just when you sat doing your homework or something, just like talk about what you're doing. It sounds stupid, but talking out loud, like talking through your thinking and your working, is a really useful skill, because what tutors are looking for in interviews is how you work, and they can't read your mind. If you don't say it, then they don't know it. So the best thing to do is just practice talking about what you're doing, I think.
I guess I would definitely agree. Do you want to go?
No, sorry. I think there's a lag, but no, you go.
Okay, sorry. So I would definitely agree. Everyone said to me when I went to my interviews, like, don't stress about revising all your A-level content just before the interview, and I think that's really good advice. But I found it quite stressful trying to not do something. So if you just look over like what you wrote in your personal statement, if you put any articles in there, look over those because they might ask you about those if you want to do something. But yeah, there's not really much you can prepare for because they'll want to push you, as we've already said, to places where you don't know things to see how you think. So yeah, don't stress about covering everything just before the interview. You don't need to.
Yeah, I definitely say like for humanities as well, there'll be very little like knowledge required. For certain subjects, for PP at least, like I hadn't studied 2 out of 3 before I even got to the interview, so I had like zero knowledge. Good things to do maybe are for humanities, like read books or read articles that you're interested in, because tutors want to see both that you can like use new concepts, but also that you're passionate about the subjects, because these are people who have like dedicated their lives to academia, and they want to know that next, if you arrive and you get an offer, that week in, week out, they'll be able to talk to you and engage in topics that you are passionate like them about. And if you can show that passion by, reading or, watching YouTube videos or TED Talks or kind of whatever it is to show your interest and passion, that will probably help. Next question is, what do you think Somerville does well at compared to other colleges?
So I don't know a lot of people outside of college. A lot of my friends are kind of in college. I have a few at other colleges, so I'm not too sure about what other colleges are like. Something that I really like about Somerville, something that's kind of, you know, unique to Somerville, is the library. The library facilities at Somerville are really, really good. We have a massive library because we used to be an all-women's college, which meant they built their own library on site. So we have an amazing library that's open 24/7 as well, which is really handy. A lot of colleges don't have a 24/7 library, and it has loads of books in it, and you can request books if they haven't got the one that you want. I don't know if all colleges do that, but I know that's something that's really, really useful. The only other thing I would say about Somerville that Somerville do quite well is like the welfare services that they have at Somerville. The JSU and College welfare team are really good. They're always working to kind of improve themselves and make sure that they're providing the right services. And again, I don't know what it's like at other colleges, but I know that's something that at Somerville I think is quite good.
Yeah, I definitely agree about the library. I love the library. It's so pretty and it's so big, and it's so useful because it's open 24/7, as Corinne has already said. Something else I would say is quite unique to Somerville, I think, is just the atmosphere. Like, it's such a welcoming college, and you can feel it as soon as you walk in, and everyone is just so nice and it's so inclusive. Yeah, I definitely love the atmosphere at Somerville.
I mean, I obviously what Corinne and Amy have said, I completely agree with. And I definitely would want to touch upon like the community spirit of Somerville. You know, I'm not sure whether it's the history of Somerville and the ethos of including the excluded that attracts people who kind of have that value close to them. But I've definitely felt that, you know, coming to university is a big step in all our lives, and it can be quite stressful. And, you know, I was worried about making friends, but I've made so many amazing friends really quickly. I think a large part of that is because of the people at Somerville. You know, when you're looking at Oxford colleges, you know, buildings can be lovely and the facilities, but fundamentally it's kind of the people that make the colleges, in my opinion. And I think that's what Somerville does really well. They attract really amazing people who are really lovely, really kind, and you make great friends for life. And obviously then you've also got the library, which is really cool. The hall's lovely. And I guess like the way it balances the kind of cool Oxford traditions, like formals and stuff, without being too imposing and intimidating, is something I've really liked about it. The next two questions are wrapped up into one, apparently. They're from Lewis. Hi, I was just wondering what sort of practical work you do in the first year of the physics course. So that's for you, Corinne. And also on the topic of physics, would you recommend any particular resources to use in preparation for the PAT, which is the physics aptitude test, I believe?
Okay, so I'll start with the practical work. So in first year, you have 1 day of labs a week. And that's for all of the first 2 terms. You then don't have it in the summer term. So you have 1 day of labs a week. So mine were on Fridays. It was a 10 till 5 day. So you do like 3 hours, then you have a lunch break, then you do another 3 hours. So the labs, you rotate around kind of like different disciplines. So you kind of do some optics ones, stuff with like lasers and light beams and stuff, and mirrors and stuff like that. You do some electronic ones with circuit boards. My least favourite, they were just annoying. What else do you do? You do electromagnetism, so stuff like magnets and electric currents and stuff, kind of inducing electric fields and magnetic fields on like spheres and stuff like that. You have some general physics ones, which is kind of like some of your mechanics ones, like looking at gravity. There's some radiation ones in there as well. You can there's like an option of like 8 of them, and you only have to do 3. I think that's all of them. I don't think I've missed any. But yeah, so you kind of rotate around all the different disciplines, and then that's pretty much it really. You keep a lab book of them, and you've got to like pass it to pass the year, but they like you'll pass it because all you got to do is turn up and just follow the lab script. You also do some computing and coding work, which you kind of do on your own, or you can go into the department to do it, but you can kind of do it on your own and then just go in and get it marked. You use MATLAB in first year. So yeah, the practical work, it's not bad. I don't mind it. And And then there's in second year, there's different ways you can kind of like substitute for it if you don't want to do it anymore. You still have to do some, but you can like cut it down. In terms of the PAT, the most useful thing that I used was the past papers. So the past papers are on the physics department website, and the most useful way of like revising for it is just doing the questions, getting used to the questions that they ask and the style of questions that they ask. The format changed a couple of years ago, but all of the old papers are still valid. Like the questions are still going to be the same. So yeah, that was the most useful thing that I used, and I think that's kind of all I did as well. Like by the time I'd done all the past papers, the PAT was like 1 or 2 days away. So I think I looked at a few of the physics Olympiad questions as well, but I would definitely focus your time on the PAT past papers.
Sorry. Question 11, what's the accommodation like? Do you like it?
So I quite like the accommodation. I think it's really good. So first year, I think all of us actually lived in a building called Vaughan, which is kind of like, it's a first year only building. It's not the prettiest of buildings from the outside, but one of the unofficial mottos of Somerville, if you live in it, then you can't see it. We lived in there. It was a really nice building. It's a really nice social building. And then all the different buildings around Somerville. So when you go into like second year and stuff, some of the buildings are en suites. They all pretty much have access to kitchens. And yeah, even the shared facilities ones, like they're always clean, they're always tidy. In terms of like the shared bathrooms and stuff. And the rooms are really pretty, and I had a really good view this year of the quad and all that. So yeah, I really like the accommodation. I think it's really good.
Yeah, me too. I was actually next to Corinne, so we had the same nice view of the quad. And yeah, it's really lovely. It's really good that there are just the first year only, because there was like 50, 60 of us in the same building, and it was really great to meet people. And yeah, I really like it. And it's really great that you can have accommodation for all 4 years. Well, because my course is 4 years. All the years of your course, you can have in-college accommodation if you want it. So that's really good. It's a nice guarantee to have.
Yes, I guess I'll try and talk a bit more about second and third years if I know a little bit more about it. I know, freshers are always usually housed in the same kind of accommodation blocks, Vaughan, Penrose and Park. But then some people have invested a lot in like new accommodation blocks. So they recently built the Catherine Hughes building, which I think something like 65 rooms of en-suites and like super swanky kitchens. They've also got 2 buildings called ROQ East and West, which are really modern. And that basically means that, like Amy said, you can have accommodation for the entirety of your course, which is a really nice benefit. Because, it can be a bit stressful trying to sort out student houses. You can live out if you want to, but it's much cheaper to live in college than, find a private lease with the landlord. And it's a really big benefit about coming to Somerville. Question 12 from Cameron. Are there green spaces open to students? I know other colleges have fields or water meadows.
So we have our quad. You can walk on our quad, which is quite unique for Oxford colleges. So it's not a massive green space, but I quite like going out onto the quad and wandering around and sitting there. It's quite nice. But then uni parks is literally pretty much across the road. That's a really nice big open space. I'm not sure like what hours it's open like throughout like the entire day, but it's normally, I think it opens quite early and closes quite late. And then I'm trying to think what else is nearby, but I normally, if I want to go to a green space, I would normally go to uni parks. Or you can walk down towards Christchurch Meadow as well. It's a bit of a walk, but sometimes the walk is quite nice to get there.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add to that one. We don't have like masses of fields that are just for our college, but we are really close to lots of the big parks anyway. So yeah, they're quite close.
And I think like in terms of our quad, like it's quite a big quad compared to some other colleges. And you like there's loads of space to like play frisbee or have picnics or stuff on the quad if you want to. Question 13, I don't know the answer to, but do we have any college pets?
We have the college wallaby, which is a stuffed wallaby.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
We have the keeper of the college wallabies. I think that's all we've got
There's-
at the moment.
Actually, I've just been told we're actually getting a college dog as well, apparently, for next
Yeah,
year.
we are.
A new puppy. Oh, that's the first I've heard about that, and I'm super excited. Amazing. So yeah, apparently we've got a college dog coming next year, and we've got like a kind of small pet wallaby. We also get alpacas in for like a day. I'm not sure if it's every term.
Once a year.
Once a year, and it's basically like you can take loads of photos, and you can cuddle them, and it's a really nice afternoon. So question 14, do you know the college policy regarding rooms with ensuite and single/shared rooms? How many people per shared facility? I guess I might, Corinne, if you want me to, because I kind of know just know the
go for it.
straight off. So if there are students who have, specific requirements, for example, if they've got disabilities or dietary requirements, they will be given a room with an ensuite based upon their need. Apart from that, people per shared facility, like kitchens will kind of depend on the building, but roughly maybe eight a kitchen. There's one building called Park, there's a really big kitchen, but for about 30 people maybe. So basically if you have a requirement for an ensuite, they will basically give you one. And if not, you can pay a bit more to have it in your second and third year. And I don't think there are any like shared rooms where you share with another person. They're all single rooms. That kind of answers it all. The last question is, how do you prepare for the TSA section 1 and 2? So that's the thinking skills assessment, and that's, I guess, for PP and I think a few other ones. So section 1, it's kind of hard to prepare because it's all about like numeric and verbal reasoning. Like Corinne said, past papers, they're all roughly the same format. You're probably not going to, you can improve a little bit, but it's more about just making sure on the day you're not stressed and you've kind of seen the format before does help. I think there might be some books out there, but they're not like affiliated with the university, but they might help some people. Section 2, the half-an-hour essay, if I remember it. I think just like if you look at past papers and just think about the issues, because some of them are quite interesting. I remember thinking mine was very interesting, and trying to form opinions and trying to like, if you've got a teacher at school who's happy to like, see your attempt at a half-an-hour essay on quite interesting subjects, that can probably help. But they're not like, it's not crucial to prepare. You could easily walk in on the day having looked at like one past paper, just see the format and do really well. We've been told to wrap up, so I guess I'll just say thank you so much everyone for coming. It's been really lovely, even though we can't see you. It's been really nice answering the questions. Yeah,
this has been good, guys. Good luck with your applications. Yeah,
there's there's more Q&As on, I don't know how you access them, on the website somewhere that you can ask more questions, and there'll be more live streams as well. So yeah.
Okay, I think we can start by introducing ourselves. So hi everyone, my name is Dr. Michelle Jackson. I'm an Associate Professor in the Department of Zoology and a Tutorial Fellow in Biology at Somerville College.
And I'm Timothy Walker, and I'm a plant biologist, formerly worked at the Botanic Garden down the road, and I'm a college lecturer.
Okay, great. So let's jump into the questions. The first one is, do you have to take an admissions test to apply for biology? You don't, I don't think.
No, it's something we've looked at occasionally, but we do not at the moment. And for this year, we will not be having a test.
There are no other questions at the moment, so I can ask you one, Timothy. Oh, here we go. We've got one up. Question 2. Alice asks, I'm struggling to choose between biomedical and biology. Any key things I should consider?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Obviously, you're going to get a broader range of subjects if you study biology. The biology course here is very broad-based. There's everything from viruses to plants, and I think it depends how wide your particular interests are in biology, whether you think that you are really only interested in the biomedical, then do that. I think the soundest advice I've ever heard is that you should choose the course that you are really, really most interested in. It's 3 or 4 years of your life, and while there's probably in any course going to be parts of it that you're more interested in or less interested in, I think if you really don't want to have anything to do with anything that isn't biomedical, then do biomedical. If you are undecided about which area of biology really attracts you, then the biology course is fantastic, because you might come up thinking that you're really interested in birds, and you'll very quickly realise that actually there's far more interesting stuff than birds out there.
Like fish.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, I would agree that the biology subject is much broader. You can cover everything from conservation through to forestry to genetics and disease ecology. So it really depends on what you're enthusiastic about and if you know what you want to do after. Okay, so question 3. How close is Somerville to where biology is taught? So I'll start. So Somerville is quite close to the science area of Oxford. The biology degree is taught in various different places. So some of it's in the Natural Museum, which is about 10 minutes walk, and some of it is in plant biology, which is maybe just a tiny bit further, and your tutorials will normally be within the college itself. Is there anywhere else it's taught, Timothy?
Well, the Botanic Garden is probably the most furthest away, and that's a 20 to 25 minute walk, 20-minute walk. I think the thing about Oxford is that although there isn't a campus like you get at some other universities, it is still a very small site, especially if you have a bicycle. It's very quick to get around, but walking around, most things are within 20 minutes walk, all the shops, the river, and so it really doesn't make a lot of difference which college you go to in terms of in terms of the amount of time you spend walking to and fro lectures. So yes, the University Museum, where some of the lectures are held, is it's only about 7 or 8 minutes from college. So Somerville's really well placed. I heard one of the other students on one of the other live broadcasts today saying that it's quite Somerville's lovely because it's just slightly outside of the mainstream of visitors to Oxford, so you don't have to battle your way through crowds of people when you're walking around the part of Oxford near Somerville. Yeah.
Okay. Question 4. What skills do you look for in an applicant, and what skills are needed for this biology course?
Oh, I think skills is an interesting one. I mean, obviously we want somebody, I think we want people who are genuinely interested in biology. When it comes to skills, I see that as, to a certain extent, what you're coming to learn at Oxford are the skills that are necessary to be a good biological scientist. So observational skills, to be able to look at something and to be interested in looking at things around you. I mean, we are lucky that biology is a subject you never get away from because it's all around us. So I would say observational skills and the ability to ask sensible questions about when you look at things, when you look at biology, you think, well, why does it look like that? Why is it doing that?
Yeah, and probably also critical thinking and problem solving. So although science is often based on facts, there's lots of things we don't know in biology, and there's problems that still need to be solved. So being able to look at a set of data or a graph or an animal and think about what its mouth structure might mean or what the numbers might mean on the figure.
I think the numbers point is an important one. I think biology is increasingly including mathematical analysis and so statistical analysis and modeling. And so I think the mathematical skills, I think, are important.
And you want to put that here as well, so even if you haven't got a maths background, there is a research skills course and a statistics course that you'll do as part of your first year to learn more about that. Okay, question 5. What sort of supercurriculars would you recommend for a strong biology personal statement?
Oh, okay. So for a really, really strong personal statement, might include, if say you're interested in sort of biology, I'm interested in conservation, plant conservation, somebody who has been out with their local conservation organisation, local wildlife trust. If you're a birder, you might have done voluntary work for RSPB and or the British Trust for Ornithology. So I think a really strong personal statement is one that shows very unambiguously that you are genuinely interested in biology. But there is a real problem this year that people in year 11 and 12 are not going to be able to get out and do voluntary work because of lockdown. So I think we are going to be looking at personal statements differently, or at least they are going to be different this year, because they will not contain the sort of supercurricular activity that is traditionally found in a personal statement.
Yeah, I think we also looked just for genuine enthusiasm for biology. So rather than it always being voluntary, if that's not possible just because of the pandemic, it could be some books you've read or an article you've read in New Scientist that you have got an interesting view or opinion about. You might be involved with some citizen science, which you can do online. So for instance, there's one that our department runs in zoology, where you can go and count penguins to help us know how many penguins there are in a photo to monitor population numbers. So just anything, whether that's to do with cells, genetics, penguins, plants, just to show that you're very enthusiastic.
Yes, there was you may, I don't know if anybody watching this also saw the senior tutor this morning, but it's available on the website. Steve Rayner was talking about personal statements and gave some very good advice about what sort of evidence could be put on a personal statement to show that genuine interest. I think what I would also say about personal statements is that you should never put anything on a personal statement that you do not want to talk about. So don't say, for example, oh, I'm really interested in the role of plants in medicine. And then when you came to the interview, you couldn't answer a question on plants and how plants are used in medicine. Don't talk about anything in the personal statement or mention anything in the personal statement that you don't want to talk about.
That's very true, because we often ask you about something in your personal statement. Number 6, how many biology students on average do you take each year at Somerville? It's 6 at the moment. It was 8, but now with the new Masters in Biology course, we've reduced that to 6 to allow for having 4 years worth of students. Question 7, what are biology tutorials like? Do you want to go first, Timothy, talk about some of yours?
Well, there's a very good question, and we could probably spend the next 20 minutes talking about it, because I think tutorials are wonderful, because you are sitting there either on your own or with one other student. Occasionally there'll be 2 other students, but normally it's you and the tutor and one of your colleagues. And there are 2 basic formats that my tutorials take. Either the students write an essay, which is somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 words on a particular subject. If you've now thought, I don't write essays, I'm not used to writing essays, how do you write an essay? I would say 2 things about that. One is we do have a tutorial at the beginning of the course on how to write an essay, but also some of us, and I'm certainly in this, I think it took me at least 2 years to work out how to write a good essay. So don't worry about having to write essays. It is a a skill that is very, very useful. It's a very useful transferable skill, but don't worry about it. The other form that my tutors take is the students, and this is often when they're in pairs, each have to prepare and deliver a presentation, which might fill you with even more dread than writing an essay. However, it's only me and the other student, and so nobody's going to see. And that works very well if it is a subject that lends itself to two different opinions. So I might, for example, ask one of you to give a presentation saying that biological invasions are one of the major threats to biological diversity, and get the other student to make a case for the fact that biological invasions have been happening for millions of years. They're perfectly natural, and we should just stop worrying about them. So those are the two major formats that my tutors take, but there is one in which you get to play with Lego.
Yeah, so similar for the tutorials I run, I'm a freshwater and marine biologist, so I do a lot of tutorials on across those subjects. So for instance, I do one on fish evolution, I've got one on climate change and its impacts on biodiversity, one on cooperation in animal behaviour. There's many different subjects that we cover. The other biology tutor who's not here and there is a geneticist and does a lot more work at the cellular level, so you'll learn more about molecular biology from him. And in the tutorials as well, they're not always just discussions. We often do more practical things. So for instance, Timothy just mentioned he has one where you play with Lego. I have one where we try and build a food web using computer simulations, and another one where we look at the mouth parts of insects under a microscope to try and work out what they're eating. So they're not always just discussions. There's often a practical component as well. And during lockdown, one of the things I've got my students to do is go in their gardens and try and learn about bee identification and count pollinators and see what different types of flowers they prefer, for instance. So they're very varied, and they vary from college to college depending on the tutors. In the first year, you'll be taught by the tutors in your college, and in the second and third years, you get to pick your tutorials based on what subjects interest you, and you will go to meet biology tutors in different colleges around Oxford.
Yes, I think they are a wonderful opportunity for you to talk about biology, and the very best tutorials, I think, are those that go off at tangents, and you have discussions about links to your subject that you may not even have thought of before. And I think that they are as stimulating for the tutor often as they are for the student.
Yeah, definitely. I often really enjoy them, and I learn stuff from the students that I didn't know about. So it's very much a two-way discussion between the tutor and the student. Okay, question number 8. What is your favourite book that you would recommend to a prospective biology student, maybe related to your area of research? Timothy, don't you have your own?
That'd be shameless, wouldn't it? That's a really difficult question to answer. Because I've had the opportunity to read a lot of things during lockdown, of a huge wide variety. And what is it? And there is a point to my answer here. And I'm currently reading a book by somebody called Schumacher, who was an economist who introduced the concept of natural capital back in the 1970s, which I can remember. And it's a fascinating book because natural capital, although it's written by an economist, natural capital is a highly controversial concept in conservation and very central to current government's thinking. And I found that fascinating. Before then, I read a book about the interaction between mental health and exposure to the natural world, and at the moment that's another very salient area, because we know that being locked up in a flat without a balcony is really horrible habitat. We are an organism that has not evolved to live in cities in high-rise blocks. We're an organism that evolved in the countryside, and so that was fascinating as well. There was a lot of research, and it's written by a psychiatrist. So those are two books: one written by an economist, one written by a psychiatrist. But a book that I did find fascinating about a year ago was in the Oxford University Press very short introduction series. And it was one on the Anthropocene, which is this idea that we're living in a unique, discrete geological era that is dominated by us, and we have things have changed basically at a very fundamental level. The reason it was an interesting book was because it's another controversial subject, but it was written by an earth scientist, and I think it is often interesting when you have somebody who is not what you would call a traditional biologist writing about biology. So that one, the very short introduction to the Anthropocene, was a fantastic book, and only 30,000 words, so you can read it in a day.
I think the most recent biology book that I've read that I've enjoyed was by Dave Golson, who's a professor at the University of Sussex. He writes lots of books about bees. Sounds like I'm obsessed with bees now. I'm not. I am. I'm an aquatic biologist, but he's written a book called Bee Quest, which is about his fieldwork to lots of wonderful places. And I'm also a field biologist. So I do fieldwork from everywhere, from the Antarctic to Africa. So I love reading about other people's adventures on fieldwork. So that was a great read.
Yeah.
Carry on.
No, he's written another book that I've read, which was, I think it's called the Jungle Outside, or the Garden Jungle. I should be able to remember the name of it.
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet.
But that's another one, which is very much about how, if you have a garden, what you can do for example, pollinators, because I think the evidence is clearly showing that even urban gardens have a really important role to play in pollination. I suspect your tutorial that you did with the undergraduates during lockdown showed that even urban gardens are good refuges. Well, not refuges, sources of pollinators as well.
Yeah. I think lockdown has shown a lot of people that there's biology all around. You don't necessarily have to go to the tropics or polar regions to see exciting things. There's another question about books. So, any that you'd recommend on zoology to read? I think you mentioned the short introduction series. They're really good. So I've got one on marine biology, which is great, just to kind of cover the background of your interest in marine biology. The Anthropocene one I haven't read, but I think all of those short introductions are really good short reads to prepare you for the course to come.
Yes.
Is there any books you recommend?
And well, just on the very short introduction, Peter Holland, who's professor of zoology here, wrote the one on the animal kingdom, and that's a very, very good book. His first year lectures often he refers back to that. Other good zoology books, that almost sounds like a contradiction in terms. So I think, so I'm allowed to say, I'm probably sure I shouldn't say that. Actually, yes, any of the books written by Tim Birkhead on ornithology. Tim Birkhead is, or was, professor of birds up at Sheffield University. I think it was Sheffield University, somewhere in Yorkshire. And he has written some fascinating books. There's one called 10,000 Birds, which is the history of ornithology since Charles Darwin. He wrote a book on called Bird Sense, which is about well, sort of the title is how birds perceive the world. And there's another book on birds by Nick Lane, who's now at Cambridge but started here, called Cuckoo, which looks at brood parasite birds. And although I'm a plant biologist, I found those books by Nick Davis. Sorry, Nick Davis's books, but also Tim Birkhead's books on ornithology.
You mentioned Darwin there as well. I think budding biologist that hasn't already read it, The Origin of Species, is very important.
I think it is. I think that we had a few years ago. Well, when we get in touch with our students, the first book they have to read for the first tutorial for me is The Origin of Species, and I recommend they start it before they arrive because it takes a few days to get through. And we had one lad turned up 4 or 5 years ago, and I promised him I would never reveal his identity, but I would tell the story. And when he turned up, he said he hadn't read it, and I said, "Why not?" And he said, "Well, it was published in 1859. It must be out of date by now." And whilst obviously Darwin was not aware of things that we know about, like genetics, it is certainly not out of date. It is a fantastic book of observations and questions as well. I mean, he often says, but we don't know why. but he makes some really lovely, simple observations that have really enormous implications.
Yeah. There's not another question up there, but maybe we can talk about field courses. Just say what the field courses are that people have the opportunity to do.
So there's a field trip in the first year which goes to South Wales and looks at ecology and looks at methods of how you work in the field. Do you teach on that, Michelle?
Yeah, I was going to teach on that this year, but of course it was cancelled due to the pandemic. So it's got quite a nice mix of marine, freshwater and terrestrial ecology in both animals and plants, covering lots of diversity of life and the ecology parts of the course.
And then in the second year, the plan is to have, and all of this course is predicated by whether or not we're released back into the wild soon, is that there are 3 field trips being proposed, one to Borneo to look at tropical forest ecology, which will include things like orangutans and dung beetles, and a field trip to Tenerife, which will be looking at biogeography and the evolution of island floras, plants on islands, and a third field trip, which is an ornithology field trip, which will be a mixture of field work, again in South Wales on one of the islands off the coast, and working at Whiten Woods, because we're very lucky that we have this 1,000-acre ancient woodland about 3 miles from the centre of Oxford, which has been investigated for over half a century now by the Department of Zoology, and field work takes place out there.
And as part of the 4th year, if you carry on to the 4th year to do your MBio, that will involve a research project, which could involve field work as well, or it could be lab-based. It depends on what you are interested in. If you want to follow zoology or plant biology or genetics or conservation, there's all sorts of different options. Okay, the next question is, what's the difference between the biology and biogeochemistry courses? Is there any overlap?
Well, I have to plead ignorance at this point, because I'm very much not a biochemist. Whilst I find it interesting, it's not my area. I have, however, seen in the past occasionally biochemists in first-year lectures with the biologists, and I think they were genetic lectures or lectures on genetics. So there inevitably in the first year, I think, will be overlap between the biology course and the biochemistry course, but I think it is only in the first year. I don't think there's no physical overlap, but in terms of content, you'd have to look at the websites for the 2 courses.
Yeah, I think that there's probably overlap in the content, but maybe not so much in the teaching, because they're done by different departments. So they maybe share some lectures, but not too much. Question 11, what does the biology interview involve and how can I best prepare?
The biology interview involves talking to Rania, who's not with us today, and Michelle and I, and we have a set of questions, or a question we each ask. But in the first bit of the interview, we invite you to discuss anything with us that interests you in biology. And that's very common around the colleges, and this may well be something you put in your personal statement, though it's remarkable how often people's interests change between the moment they write their personal statement and when they turn up for interview. In the 3-month gap, people change. But we do have a set of questions that we ask so that we can compare like with like. Often these will involve an object or a graph to interpret. This year, because the interviews are going to be online, it's going to be more difficult to share an object with you in an interview. Something like a graph, possibly we could do, but I think the point of the interview is to see how quickly you can think or how easily you follow an argument. It is not a test of knowledge. It is a test of interest, genuine interest in the subject, and a desire to think about the subject when faced with topics that are unfamiliar to you, that you can work it out. I think, would you say that's...
Yeah, we won't expect you necessarily to know the answer to something straight away. It's to follow, it's showing that you can critically break down a question and think about what the different answers might be. That sometimes there's not even one answer to the questions that we ask. It could be, we just want to see what you think and see how enthusiastic you are for the subject as well.
And in terms of how do you prepare for an interview, I think just talking to people about biology, talking about to colleagues at school, talking to your parents, talking to anybody about biology.
Yeah, and keeping up to date with like new research in biology, maybe by looking at the science pages in the news. Okay, right, we've got final question, and I think we're meant to finish. Can students get financial support for field trips?
Yes. The colleges have different amounts of money that they can give away to students to help with things like this. The first year, the cost of the Orielton trip in the first year is included in the cost of the course. The other two, the second year courses to Borneo, Tenerife and South Wales, I believe are not, and I don't think they will be. Traditionally, Somerville has helped with some of the cost of the Tenerife field trip. So last time we ran it, it cost about £625, and I think college gave grants for about £200 to help with that. The Borneo field trip, I think, cost over £1,000, and that was, I think that we were able to give £350 to each student who wanted to go to Borneo. So there is some money, but Somerville isn't able to pay for the whole cost.
We've got two other questions. Maybe we can cover them quickly. The one is, do you have members of staff who belong to any ethnic minority group? We do, across zoology and plant biology, and also students. I would say Somerville's very inclusive and keen to increase our representation of those groups as well. Do you want to add anything, Timothy, or should we go on to the next question as well?
No, I think that's absolutely right. And I think a visit to the plant sciences or zoology websites would show you the diversity of teaching staff and research staff in those two departments, because biology is an international subject, and obviously it is much more enriching to work with people whose experiences from another country working with a different set of plants or different set of animals.
And then the final one, are there opportunities to research primates? And then it also says, or plants that are as interesting. So I think that's trying to appeal to you.
That's a slightly loaded question. I mean, clearly plants are far more interesting than any primate, and there are far more of them. I think what zoology, does zoology do research on primates in the field?
Yeah, there's the group that does a lot of research in Africa, Wild Crew. They do lots of, it's mainly lions and elephants and things, but there might be someone there who does primates. You look at the Wild Crew website and it will tell you about their research, which is a lot of it on mammals. Plants, there's plenty. I'll let Timothy maybe start.
Yeah, I mean, plants, researching on plants, because we have White and Woods, we have an arboretum 6 miles south of Oxford, which has several areas of native meadow, wildflower meadow, and woodland. There's also the Botanic Garden, which is a fantastic collection of plants, and the research can be carried out using those plants. So yes, there is plenty of opportunity for research on plants in the fourth year of the master's course. But I think researching on primates would only be done in the field, and as Michelle says, Wild Crew, which is sort of the animal conservation, large animal conservation unit, would be, their website would be the place to look for that.
Okay, I think we're out, and then it's the final one. With the biology course, are there opportunities to study disease, epidemiology, or is biomedicine better? There's plenty of opportunities. We have a course called disease ecology in the final year, I think, and then also disease covered in the first and second year within the genetics and evolution courses.
Absolutely, and some of the people who teach the epidemiology in the biology course have been, you will have heard them or seen them on the television during the current epidemic. They are cutting edge disease scientists. So yes, it is a very, very strong area within the zoology department.
Okay, thanks everyone for listening. I hope that was helpful. And yeah, sorry if we haven't had time to answer your questions. There's more question and answers on the department webpage if you want to look there for anything that wasn't offered. Okay, thank you and bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Somerville is a particularly good place to study classics because, unlike many of the other colleges, we have a literature specialist, which is me, my colleague Beata Dignus, who's an ancient historian, Karen Nielsen, who's a specialist ancient philosopher, and Charlotte Potts, who is an archaeologist. You can study any of those 4 bits of the course at any of the colleges that offer classics in Oxford. But it's comparatively unusual to have all 4 people who can do that in the same college, and that's something that Somerville can offer. Somerville is a lively and very supportive place to do classics. It's possible to start either or both of the classical languages when you're here if you do the classics degree, and many of our people do. It's also equally possible to do the degree in classical archaeology and ancient history, where you don't need to do the languages at all, but still can if you want to. Okay, so I see question number 1 is in fact on this very topic, which is, what are the main differences between classics, classical archaeology and ancient history, and ancient and modern history? Well, the main the single honours classics degree, sometimes called the Honours School Vitae Humaniores, involves you learning or continuing to study at least one of the classical languages. As I noted, you don't have to have either classical language in order to start, but you will be starting at least one and possibly both. You will be studying at least one and possibly both of the languages, as well as having options in ancient history and ancient philosophy. If you do classical archaeology and ancient history, then you don't need to do either of the languages, although you still have the option to do so, and your studies will be on predominantly ancient history and classical archaeology. Ancient and modern history, which is a school we share with modern history, is essentially a joint history course where you'll be doing some options in ancient history, again with the possibility but not the necessity of looking at one of the classical languages, and the other options will be in modern history, that is to say post-classical history, with a number of crossover options as well. Okay, so question 2 is, are all of the lectures, tutorials taught by your college tutors, or are some taught by tutors from other colleges? Right. The lectures are given by myself and my colleagues, Beata and others, across the faculty. So by and large, lectures will be given by people who are not teaching at your college. So if, for example, you want to go to the splendid lectures we have on Homer, you would go to those given by, for example, my colleague Adrian Kelly at Balliol, along with all the other students in the classics year, regardless of their college. With regard to tutorials, by contrast, you tend predominantly to be taught by tutors within your college. The exception is if there are particular specialist options, which we happen not to teach because we want you to be taught by the best people available for particular options. And if that's the case, then you would go to a tutor at another college. Now, it's the case that by and large, particularly in literature, I teach most things because I have an interest in both Greek and Latin literature. So it's actually, on the literature side, it's comparatively unusual for me to send people for tutorial teaching to other colleges, but it can happen. By and large, though, on the literature side, you'd largely be taught in Somerville. Okay, with regard to a classics interview, this can take a number of forms depending on who's giving it, but it lasts for about half an hour. The way I tend to give a classics interview is that there will be a passage from a classical author, which you will be handed before half an hour before the interview itself. And this is my colleague Beata.
Sorry, it took me a bit longer to get on here.
No problem. I'm just answering a question about classics interviews. So the what then happens is that you look at that passage. It will be both in the ancient language and in the translation. If you don't study the classical language yet, then the interview, you'll be expected to be responding to the translation in English. So again, you do not need to know the classical language already. We're interested in how you can respond to the passage, to its structure, how it makes an argument, and we'll ask questions about that in the course of the interview. The remainder of the interview will be asking about questions arising from that passage, also questions about any interests within the classics you may have expressed in your UCAS form, for example. Those would be the kind of questions I'd ask. I'll now introduce, this is my colleague, Beata Dignus, who is our ancient historian, and I will allow her to introduce herself, and then Beata, I'm sure, will be able to talk a bit about the ancient history side of the classics interview. So I'll hand it over to her.
Thank you. I'm coming into this a bit later. Slight problems with the technology. So in the interview, we'll also, respond to what you've submitted as written work and ask you questions about it. And not always is it something straightforward out of your Latin or Greek courses. So it might also perhaps relate to ancient history, ancient philosophy, archaeology, whatever you have done and what you have sort of told us also in your UCAS form that you're interested in regarding the ancient world. And so we would maybe after that exercise that Luke has described, ask you to say a bit more, maybe have specific questions about what you put in your submitted work, ask you about interests that you've expressed in your UCAS form, maybe places you've visited, interests in particular authors, in particular periods of ancient history. As you probably know from the syllabus, studying classics is not like in school very much limited to the language and learning the language and literature, but you have a wide range of options where you can study the ancient world from a historical perspective, from a philosophical perspective, or in fact the material culture of the ancient world. And most of our students develop these interests sort of as they go along and get to know more aspects than they have previously been exposed to. But yeah, all of that would somehow be addressed in the interview, depending on what you tell us about yourself.
With regard to how you can prepare, well, as ever, reading thoughtfully and critically in what interests you regarding material with regard to the ancient world is always helpful. If you are already coming in with languages, then obviously consolidating your languages is a good idea. But as we noted, you don't have to have either of the languages in order to start any of our classics degrees. Additionally, if you have mentioned stuff in your UCAS form, do be aware that it's quite likely you might be asked a question about it. So that's always a good idea to think about what you would then say. And again, think over the sort of things, as Beata was saying, that you talked about in your submitted work, because again, it's quite likely that we might ask questions about that. So it's really just sort of sensible stuff, really. Okay.
Now
so
about cars specifically, The question is, what do CAR interviews entail, and how many students does Somerville take a year for CAR? So CAR, obviously, the exercises that we give you somewhat different from what Luke has just described for classics, but there will also be some preliminary reading that we'll ask you to do, and looking at sort of visual material. You will have 2 interviews. One will be conducted by normally 2 ancient historians and the other by 2 archaeologists. We have in the past also sometimes have sort of had mixed interviews where an ancient historian and an archaeologist would interview you together, but more likely you will have one interview that sort of looks more at the ancient history side of things, and there you will be asked to do some reading either of one longer passage or several shorter passages that all relate to a specific theme that we want to explore with you in the interview. And you'll get about maybe 20 minutes to prepare that. And then in the interview, you'll be asked about the material. And then following on from that, very similar to what I've described before, we'll ask about the work that you've submitted, the written work, regardless of I know sometimes CAR students haven't done much sort of ancient stuff in school. Often we get an English essay or a politics essay or a history essay. It's absolutely fine, and we might well ask you questions about that. If you have, it will be good to submit something on the ancient side, obviously. And then we'll also ask about your UCAS form. In the archaeology interview, so I would probably conduct the ancient history interview together with a colleague, and then my archaeology colleague, Charlotte Potts, would conduct the archaeology interview with another colleague, and she would give you visual material to prepare, again, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and talk about that at the beginning of the interview, and then move on likewise to talk about what you have submitted, your UCAS form, in particular maybe what sites you've visited, whether you've been on any digs, and of course we want to learn, why are you interested in studying classical archaeology and ancient history? How many students was the other half of the question. Does Somerville take each year? We are, together with Lincoln College, the college that takes sort of most CAR students, more CAR students than any other college. Again, Lincoln as well. We take sort of an average of 3 students, sometimes fewer, but we've also had 4. So between 2 and 4 students, but on average 3 students a year. Are there books, websites through which I can practice for a CAR interview? Both would be good. Again, start from what you are interested in. With regard to the material that we will ask you to sort of comment on, we actually try to, I think Luke mentioned that too for classics, we try to give material that we think nobody has come across before, because we want everybody to be on an even playing field. And sometimes it can actually be almost a disadvantage to think, oh, I know something about this and say this. We want you to just think about something new and respond to that. So it's not that you should read or look at websites that, you know, might get you across particular material that you will be exposed to. But of course, in order to stimulate your interest, or to you know, respond to the interest that you've got already, any books on the ancient world, on ancient material culture, on ancient history, ancient texts that you fancy, really, that you you know, that are stimulating, will be good, because it means they are things that you can use to tell us about your interest in the ancient world. So no specific books, but start reading, and by all means look at websites, you know, starting from your own interests that you've got already. Luke, do you want to answer the next question?
Okay, so the next question is, what proportion of the course is on ancient philosophy? That will depend on which of the various courses we offer you're doing. If you are doing the single honours classics course, then you will have to take a philosophy option for the honour moderations, which is the halfway through exam, halfway through your course. Actually, a little less than halfway through, but so you have to take a philosophy option for that. That gives you a taste of philosophy. Under the present system, that can be studying Plato. It can also be studying more modern philosophy. And it's generally true throughout the provision for the classics degree that you are able to take, if you want to, but don't have to, both ancient philosophy courses and options in modern philosophy, such as philosophy of mind and other more modern developments. It's always been a characteristic of philosophy within classics at Oxford that you can do modern philosophy as well as ancient. So for mods, you have to take a philosophy option. In the second half of the course, you can take further philosophy options. If you are an interested philosopher, then you can take up to 4 options in philosophy, which, as I noted, can be ancient, so going into Plato's Republic or Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, or can be more modern, like modern ethics or philosophy of religion. However, after mods, you don't have to do philosophy if you don't want to. And so with regard to your final summative assessment, i.e. to what counts for your degree, you can have up to half of your course be philosophy or none of it at all. You have absolute flexibility. I'll leave Beata to comment on the accessibility of philosophy for the other bits of the course. And is it possible to do them optionally, Beata?
Modern history and classical archaeology and ancient history, there's virtually no ancient philosophy.
So again, the watchword here is flexibility. Depending on the course you go for, and even within the course, you can do a lot of philosophy if you want to, even a lot of modern philosophy if you want to, but you don't have to. And if you don't like philosophy, then for the final honours school, it's possible to avoid it altogether. So again, the watchword is flexibility.
I think that's a question for you, Luke.
Okay, so do you have any advice for preparing for the admissions test? Well, if you are going for the one which is about, which already where you already have Latin or Greek or both, and obviously being able to know your constructions and core vocabulary as well as possible is helpful. The faculty has an archive available online of past year's papers, so you'll find it helpful to have a look at that. If you, as many of our candidates do, and as many of our people on course do, you don't have either Greek or Latin to start with, then you'll be taking the aptitude test. This tests your flexibility of thinking about language. You don't have to know Greek or Latin to do it. It's really about how you respond to languages. So again, it might be worthwhile having a look at one of those. Again, there is an archive available on the Faculty of Classics' website, which will give you an idea of the sort of questions that you might be asked. So that's the main advice that we could give for that, I think it would be fair to say. So the next question is, how much choice is there in what you study during each of the 3 degrees? I think we'll start with classical archaeology and ancient history.
In general, I think our response to that question is there is a very, very large amount of choice in all 3 degrees. So if this question sort of is a little bit sort of a question towards, would that determine which of the 3 courses I choose? I would say that shouldn't be the determining factor, because in each of the 3, there is a lot of choice. And of course, then the specific choices are different. So in that sense, the decision which course to go for should come first. But the choice there is in classical archaeology and ancient history, while you have to keep somewhat a balance between ancient history and classic archaeology, I noticed that most of my students from their second year on feel sometimes a little more drawn to ancient history or a little more drawn to classical archaeology. Some think they are definitely Greek and choose very much more on the Greek side of things. Some think they're more Roman, and so that choice. But students also have different profiles. Some think I want to learn a little bit about a huge range of material, so really from the archaic period to late antiquity. And some say, no, I want to kind of bundle my choices so that I really reinforce what I do on the, let's say, on the 5th century BC on the archaeology side with the ancient history side, or really go for everything Greek or a specific type of visual culture. It is entirely up to you, and both can work very, very well. So the choices are also not just Greek and Roman. You can do Egyptian art and architecture. You can do scientific methods in archaeology. You can do maritime archaeology. So it's really a very wide range. In ancient modern history, obviously, the range is huge to begin with, because the course is vast when you just think about the choices you will have on the modern history side. But also in ancient history, I often see students balancing Greek and Roman, and then I see other students who decide from the beginning, I would love to get more depth on the Greek side or on the Roman side. But choices definitely, and that applies to classics as well. Yeah, huge range. I don't know, Luke, do you want to add to that?
Well, what we would probably say is that indeed the watchword is flexibility across all of the degrees. If you are primarily interested in literature, it's probably good to go for the single honours classics degree, because you will end up reading more literature there than you will in either of the other two. Again, as I mentioned, you shouldn't let lack of prior knowledge of Greek or Latin sway you on that, because you can, and many of our people do, learn both here. Within the main classics degree, again, there is tremendous flexibility, as I've outlined, between literary options, philosophical options, and historical options. And again, the situation is much as Beata has said, that for classical archaeology and ancient history, some people do generalized stuff, some people go into particular options in a great deal of depth. But we come back to the fact that across the 3 degrees, there's a huge amount of choice, and to be perfectly honest, choice is basically the watchword. Okay, and I think probably our final question, since we're almost at the end, is how much prior knowledge of archaeology is required? And again, I think Beata's
the answer is none. We really make a big point in that there are no prerequisites in that sense, because we're aware that the course is the course where school subjects don't necessarily, build up to the course. Of course, a lot of schools offer classical civilization, and of course through the ancient languages, through Latin and Greek, there is access. Some schools even have the A-level subject of ancient history, but a lot of schools don't offer that. And we know that in the history curriculum, there is no ancient history. So there's no sort of formal background required. Again, what is important is that you show that you've thought very carefully about the course, that you've looked carefully at what does, how is the course described in on the Classics website, what modules, what options are there, and that you then, of course, start reading a little bit. Again, as I said, following up on any interest that you might develop by looking at the contents of the course, and so that you think about, what does classical archaeology mean? What kind of media am I dealing with? What kind of archaeological sites might be of interest? Where have I traveled? What have I seen? Could I maybe still do that? I mean, of course, we're at the moment not in the best position for traveling. But then again, even if it's the virtual looking at sites, you know, of course, think a little bit about, what is the classical world? What kind of periods of ancient history are we looking at, and what kind of material culture corresponds to this world and the period in which it is situated. So no formal requirement, and I really want to emphasize that, but certainly illustrating an interest and having looked at what's out there, what does the course entail.
So the last question probably is, if I'm from a state school, would it be better to apply to classical archaeology and ancient history than classics? Well, I think the watchword here is essentially which course do you want to do? Because in the last round, for example, a greater percentage from the applicant pool of state schools was accepted for classics than was for them from independent schools. And as I've noted, it's possible to start both languages from the start, and many people do. We have many people doing from state schools doing classics, and they enjoy it immensely. But equally, classical archaeology and ancient history likewise has thriving state school numbers. And from my perspective, I'll hand over to Belle for her view, which course seems to suit your particular intellectual interest should probably be the determining factor, rather than anything else. What do you think, Beata?
Definitely. The question should be, how much are you interested in language learning to begin with? How much would you enjoy that? And while in classic archaeology and ancient history, you can also study the languages, the proportion of time that you'd be spending to acquire the languages and think about and with the language in the original would not be as much as in the classics course. Then I should say, if you have a strong interest in material culture, again, while you can do classical archaeology, 2 subjects for grades, and it's also going to be part of the first part of your degree, it is obviously not going to be as much, forming as much a part of your degree as it would be in classical archaeology and ancient history. As an ancient historian, I'm lucky. I can, advocate both courses equally, because you can do as much ancient history in a classics course. Up to half of your finals options, or even more, can be ancient history, and the same is in classical archaeology and ancient history. So yes, don't make it dependent on what your school background is. Not at all. Think about your interests.
Okay, so that's that. Well, I hope that you've found what we have to say here to be of interest, and I think we'll sign off. So goodbye from me. And Beata?
Yes. Well, all the best. Looking forward to seeing your applications and hopefully to interview. Luke probably mentioned, and you heard, this year it will be remotely, but certainly there will be interviews.
Right, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Louise Mycock, and I am an Associate Professor in Linguistics, and I'm also the Tutorial Fellow in Linguistics at Somerville College. First question that I've been asked is, are there any introductory books on linguistics you'd recommend? And really, I think there's quite a lot of things out there. So some of the kind of 5-minute linguist or the short OUP guides that introduce linguistics as a subject would be a good starting point. But we don't have a kind of recommended reading list per se, because we really want to find out what are your interests, what's brought you to linguistics, particularly because it's a subject that isn't taught in schools. So we'd like to kind of see what you found out, see what you've explored, but any of the kind of basic introductory textbooks would be a good starting point, or even, you know, kind of podcasts, maybe something that you've seen on TV, and then take it from there and explore what's of interest to you. How much do students need to know about linguistics beforehand? Good question. Well, linguistics is an interesting one because, of course, nobody does linguistics at school. Well, you might do a bit of it. You might come across it perhaps in English, or maybe a little bit of it in a modern language if you're studying a language of some sort, or even an ancient language like Latin. But we are realistic. We know that you don't do it in school. We don't expect you to come armed with lots of information, terminology that you can just kind of fire out. We want to see an interest in a language and an understanding of what linguistics is, but we don't expect you to come with a whole load of knowledge. So it's really just about showing your interest, showing your passion, telling us why you're interested in linguistics, but we assume everybody starts from the same position, which is you have not studied linguistics before. Can you study linguistics on its own at Oxford? No, you can't. So there are 2 undergraduate degrees in linguistics. They're both taught with something else. So you can either do a modern language and linguistics, or you can do psychology, philosophy, and linguistics. Those are 2 separate degrees. So let me talk about modern languages and linguistics first. At Somerville, you can study French and linguistics, German and linguistics, Italian and linguistics, Russian and linguistics, Spanish and linguistics, and you can also do beginner's Italian and linguistics. So as a college, we would admit for those degrees. For the psychology, philosophy, and linguistics degree, PPL as it's called, you're admitted for the degree of psychology, philosophy, and linguistics, but actually you specialize in 2 of those areas. So we admit for psychology and linguistics, and we also admit for philosophy and linguistics. So you concentrate on those 2 subjects. There's a bit of kind of, you can determine the balance between those subjects yourself to an extent, taking a number of considerations into account. For example, if you're doing psychology and you want to be registered with the British Psychology Association, then you have to take a certain number of psychology components, but you would then take the linguistics alongside that. So you can't study it on its own, but there are a number of different possibilities if you want to study linguistics at Oxford. Do I need to speak more than 1 language to apply for modern language and linguistics degree? So we'll take it that you speak English, and then do you have to speak kind of 1 more in addition to that? Well, the answer is no. So obviously for the modern languages side, it depends. As I said, we take for beginners Italian, which is slightly different. You would be starting from 0, but otherwise there is a requirement on the modern languages side that you satisfy in terms of having done A level or an equivalent qualification in that particular language. From the linguistics side though, no. Okay, I mean, it's sort of implicit there as well in the fact that we have psychology, philosophy, and linguistics as well. We don't require a foreign language in there beyond English. Okay, so not necessary to speak more than 1. Obviously, for modern languages and linguistics, there is the language component, but for linguistics, we don't require that. We're not concerned about you being a polyglot. We want to see who's interested in the kind of nuts and bolts of language, taking it apart, understanding how it works. It can be helpful to have knowledge of 1 or more languages above and beyond English, but it's not essential in that sense for the linguistics part of the degree. how many linguistic undergraduates do you take in per year? So generally we'll take 6, and how that kind of divides up between the different degrees can depend. Okay, I mean, there's sort of an idea nominally that we will have 2 modern languages and linguistics, and that could be any of the modern languages and linguistics. So some years I have a Spanish and linguistics student and a German linguistics student. Sometimes they're both French and linguistics students. That can vary. And then the other 4 places are PPL places, but there's a degree of flexibility there. The kind of idea is maybe 2 philosophy and linguistics and 2 psychology and linguistics, but what I'm looking for is the best linguistic students that are also considered the best students for the other side of their degree. So there is a degree of flexibility there. It's not kind of 2 of everything. It's flexible there. We want to take the best students in, the ones that will be able to fulfill their potential at Somerville and that will be a good part of the community here. What are the benefits of studying linguistics instead of just a modern language? Okay, I won't tell the modern languages colleagues that you said just. My first degree is in English language and linguistics, so I didn't do a modern foreign language and linguistics. I think that linguistics takes you, it gives you tools that enable you to understand the structure of the modern language that you're learning alongside it. But what linguistics does is also gives you a more general overview, a more general introduction, and a chance to get to grips with data above and beyond that. So, for example, we may have German examples come up in linguistics teaching, but equally, I'm happy to throw a bit of Hungarian in there. Let's look at some Japanese. We've got plenty of data from native Australian languages as well. They do really interesting things that are very, very different from what you might expect from kind of European languages. So we take a much broader overview than simply focusing just on one language. You will get that from the modern languages side of your degree, but what linguistics will enable you to do is pursue more generally your interest and your passion in understanding language, its structure, and how it's used. What are you looking for in applicants? I want you to be busting with excitement about studying language and its structure. Okay, so I want to see that passion. It's kind of sad that linguistics isn't sort of well known or high up in the kind of curriculum at school, really, because often people don't even know that's a thing. For me personally, it was a great relief to discover linguistics in my kind of teenage years, because I was like, that's the bit that I like, that bit there, the bit where you kind of look into all these different languages, compare them, take them apart, see how they work, see how they're so different, see how surprisingly they might be really similar. And that's what I want to see. I want to see that passion and that interest from applicants. As I say, not a subject that you are introduced to at school particularly. So it's something that you've gone out and probably found out a little bit more about. We don't expect you to come, for interview or anything with a whole load of knowledge of terminology and so on. Don't worry about that. We cover that in the next 3 years of the degree. But we just want to see that interest and that enthusiasm for understanding language from multiple different perspectives. And I think that's one of the key advantages of the Oxford degree, in that you have a degree of flexibility in terms of how you specialise. So beyond the first year, you have quite a lot of autonomy in terms of which subjects you would pursue. Maybe you're really interested in sociolinguistics, kind of language in its context in the world, and how I speak to my sister is different from how I speak on here. So, why would we do that? We're all speaking in the same way. Or maybe you want to go more to the quantitative side. So maybe you want to look at psycholinguistics, more the kind of interesting aspects of how linguistics and psychology and behavior all interact. Linguistics is great. I know I'm biased, but we have one foot in the humanities and one foot in the social sciences. And that means that we have this kind of ability to interact in both ways. So you could lean more towards the humanities side, or maybe more towards the linguistics side in terms of the interaction with psychology, or even philosophy as well. So I think we play well with other children, let's say, and we're all involved in understanding what it means to use language, develop language, and so on. What would a linguistics interview involve? How can I best prepare for it? Well, interviews for linguistics take place in different colleges, so different colleges may do different things. Really, we know you're coming to this raw, but with an interest. So as I've said, we don't expect you to deploy lots of terminology and so on. We just want to know about why you're interested in linguistics. This is always a good question for us because, as I say, you aren't taught it in school. I sort of stumbled across linguistics because I did English language A-level and I also did German. And I found the bits that I loved most about German was, you know, kind of declensions, cases, nominative, accusative, dative, understanding, you know, kind of why would you do that? Or why not? A German speaker can express something just the same as an English speaker or a Japanese speaker or a Swahili speaker. How do you do that? So we're interested to know how you got to this point of applying for a degree with linguistics. And also, you know, you might be asked some questions about language or maybe given some sort of linguistic data on the day just to take a look at. We don't expect a perfect linguistic analysis. We just want to see what your impressions are and your reactions are to some kind of language data. And in terms of preparing for it, you know, read around, expose yourself to different ideas. This should be part of the process of finding out what linguistics is and ensuring that it's for you. Do you know approximately how many linguistic undergraduates taken in the entire university period? Excuse me. It varies. I can give you a rough idea. There's probably about 50 per year. And that's fairly evenly split. It can vary from year to year, but fairly evenly split between those who are doing modern languages and linguistics and those who are doing psychology, philosophy, and linguistics. So you come together as a cohort for linguistics teaching. But what's really exciting for me as a tutor is that the rest of the time you're off doing your philosophy stuff, doing your psychology stuff, learning bits about German, Old High German, Old French, you know, kind of how Spanish is spoken in different parts of the world. And then you come back and that feeds into what you're doing in linguistics. So it's always interesting for me to get people together, to get that community together who come from all these different perspectives, but who ultimately are interested in language, just like me. And I think that makes for a very interesting community because you're not kind of in your sort of little sealed bubble. You come together to talk about linguistics with people from different backgrounds with a range of perspectives on the same question. Do I need to have English language A-level to do linguistics at Oxford? No. So that's a nice one. I like those kind of nice, quick, easy answers. English language is recommended, but you know, certainly we take people who have not done English language A-level for linguistics. So there's no way that you need to have done it. Is there any overlap between linguistics and the language part of the English course at Oxford? So what I would say about this is that if you're doing sole French, so just French on its own, not French and linguistics, there will be some study of the structure and history of French. And if you were doing French and linguistics, you would also pursue that. But that's very much about the structure of that particular language. As I said, with linguistics, we will throw the doors wide open, okay? So we'll get some Mandarin Chinese examples in there. Maybe we'll look at some Bantu languages, some Native American languages as well. So I think it's interesting if you have a particular interest in a specific language to bring that to the table. But in terms of overlap, some of the same concepts might be there, but you know, there are some really interesting differences between non-European languages and maybe the European language that you would be studying as the modern language part of your modern language and linguistics degree. Is it an equal split between psychology, philosophy and linguistics, or can the emphasis be more on the linguistics side of the degree? Oh, you know how to win my heart. So PPL, when you apply for PPL, psychology, philosophy and linguistics, the standard thing to do is that you apply for PPL, but if you look at the UCAS form, then you're actually putting a code for philosophy and linguistics or psychology and linguistics or psychology and philosophy. So you can do PP as well as a P and an L. It is unusual, but not impossible to do all three. Okay, so the standard thing to do is that you apply for a PPL degree but specializing in philosophy and linguistics or psychology and linguistics. Now, within that degree, you will, in the first year, you do intro to psychology or intro to philosophy. You'll do intro to linguistics, and by default there is a third pillar of the course, and that is introduction to probability theory and statistics. And that's because there is a quantitative dimension to the linguistic studies that you'll be exposed to. So for example, sociolinguistics, we're talking about populations. You know, do women use more expressions than men? Do people from the north, you know, how kind of like how many times do they use one expression versus somebody who's maybe from the south of Britain, do they use another expression? So there can be a lot of quantitative work. So in that first year, that introduction to probability theory and statistics is there to help you understand that kind of quantitative data, which will come into the linguistic sides of things as well. Post first year, there is flexibility. So if you're doing PPL, you have to do at least, so there will be 8 courses in total that you take over the 2 years of the second and third year of the degree. Within that, you have to take at least 3 linguistics options. That's how you get the and linguistics part of the degree. But beyond that, you can kind of choose how you want to emphasize things. So you would have to do 3 linguistics, you'd have to do 3 of the P, whether that P is philosophy or psychology. But then in terms of the others, you could weight it more to one or the other. My students, I find, usually go for a full split. But I have had experience of students who've maybe gone for a 5-3 split in favour of linguistics, or indeed a 5-3 split maybe in favour of philosophy. So I think one of the really strong things about that as a degree is that you can, to an extent, it's not totally free, but you can tailor it towards your interests, and you can tailor it as your interests develop as well. So over the years, you know, you come here and maybe you find that your interests are drawn in a particular way, then you can weight your course to reflect that. And in consultation with me on the linguistics side, you know, we can arrange for what suits you, for you to pursue your interest. As I say, you've got to do 3 of the 8 in linguistics and whatever the P is, but then there's a degree of flexibility. Is there a linguistics admission test? If so, what does it involve? There was a linguistics admission test up until this year. There is no longer a linguistics admissions test. If you are applying for modern languages and linguistics, you will still have to take the MLAT, which is the modern languages admission test, for the modern language that you're interested in. Okay, so French, German, beginner's language, whatever. But that's it. On the psychology, philosophy and linguistics side, no linguistics test, but you do have to take the TSA, the Thinking Skills Assessment Test. So there will be a test, whatever degree you're applying for, but there is no dedicated linguistics test. Is there anything that makes linguistics stand out at Somerville compared to other colleges at Oxford? Now, you know I'm going to be biased. One thing I would say is that linguistics is a relatively small subject. If you've been looking at the various admissions pages, you'll see that actually not all colleges admit for linguistics. So the first thing you have to do is identify a college that will admit for linguistics. And every college that admits for linguistics has a linguistics organising tutor. So that's somebody assigned to ensure that the students at that college are getting the teaching that they need, that they're on track, and so on in terms of their academic needs. There are a few colleges which have a linguistics tutorial fellow. I'm one, there's also another at St. Hugh's as well. We are on site, okay? So if you come and do linguistics at Somerville, I will teach you in the first year, okay? And throughout that first year, we will meet once a week. So I will teach you fortnightly for general linguistics, tutorials with one other student, and then every other week, you will do grammar with me. There's one other element of the linguistics first year course, and that's phonetics and phonology. That's taught in the phonetics lab. But otherwise, that first year linguistics teaching is done by me. So I get to know you very well. I am your course director. I am also the person that you come to with any issues about your academic progress. So I'm very much on site there, okay? I mean, not on site at the moment given the current circumstances, but I am there for you and I follow you right the way through. You arrive on the first day and, you know, you are part of our linguistics community, and I see you right through to the end of your course, and, you know, wave you off with a smile on my face at the end of your degree. So there is a continuity there that I think is very important. And I will also say as well that Somerville is a very friendly college. The linguistics students, even though they have a kind of other side to their degree, I think we form a nice community. So we have a linguists tea once a term, where we get some cake, we get some tea, we kind of sit around, have a chat, because I think it's important that you know the other linguistic students in college, not just in your year as well. So we come together, the various years in college, because I think it's important. Sometimes, you know, if you're doing Spanish and linguistics and somebody else is doing Spanish and linguistics, but they're in the fourth year, you may not ever come across them. So I think it's my job to bring you together like that and make this a community for linguistic students. Do you have to submit written work when applying for any linguistics courses? So for modern languages and linguistics, there is a requirement for written work. So check the admissions webpage for that. I think here it's also relevant to say, we know that you haven't done linguistics. So we're realistic about what we're going to get in terms of written work, but, and, you know, we can't, you know, you would not be ruled out on the basis that you hadn't submitted a piece of linguistics written work. But if you have something that's got a kind of linguistics bent, then, you know, that would be interesting for us to see. But we're never going to rule you in or out on the basis of written work not mentioning linguistics. I think also a relevant point here is we're realistic. We know that you will be applying through the common pool of university admissions, and you may be applying for different courses. So you may be applying for language courses, for example, which don't have linguistics, or psychology courses which don't have linguistics as well. So we understand that maybe your personal statement won't say a lot about linguistics, but it would be useful if you mentioned why you're interested in language. And I think in the context of studying a modern language or studying psychology or philosophy, it's not out of order in your personal statement to make a brief mention of your interest in language, your interest in linguistics, so we can get a sense of that. What does a typical linguistics tutorial involve? Well, there's kind of before last term and last term, I guess. It does actually depend, because of course if you're doing something like psycholinguistics, there may be a degree of lab-based work. Same with phonetics and phonology. As I say, we kind of have a foot in each camp, which is why linguistics departments are sometimes in humanities, sometimes in social science. So you could be doing something more practical. I think an interesting comparison is what I teach you in the first year, which is for general linguistics, it's more about you write a tutorial, you hand it in, I read it, I give you some feedback, and then we sit at the tutorial and we talk about it. So for example, one of our general linguistics tutorials is about Creole languages. What do Creole languages tell us? Are they in fact simpler than other languages? Are they not simpler than other languages? What can we learn about language in general from the study of Creole languages? So that's kind of a fairly, maybe what you would expect, a sort of discursive type of tutorial. On the other hand, the other thing that I teach you in the first year is grammatical analysis. And quite often what that involves is sitting down with a data set, probably from an unfamiliar language, and asking you to talk through points about it. You know, kind of how do we discover the structure of this language? What can we tell from this data set? How is it like English? How is it different from English? So there can be a kind of practical sort of element in terms of getting your hands dirty, getting into the data there. But also what I think is interesting is you do have that kind of classical sort of write an essay, we talk about an essay, you know, we share our thoughts about an essay, and we've learned some more about it at the end of the tutorial. Is the year abroad compulsory for modern foreign languages and linguistics, or can it be just a 3-year course? So I would say that you should ask a modern languages tutor about this for a kind of final word on it. My understanding is that you would have to make a case for exemption for the year abroad. But that is a decision to be made on the modern languages side. Linguistics does not feed into that decision at all, because it's about the standard of your language come the end of the course when it's time for assessment. Okay, so I have never been asked to kind of rule on that. That's definitely a question for a modern languages tutor. if you're interested in both experimental psychology and PPL, psychology, philosophy, and linguistics, what are the main things to consider when deciding between them? What do you really want to do? What is your passion? What is your interest? I would say take a look at the respective faculty websites. So take a look at the experimental psychology faculty website, read about what their course involves. And then for PPL, psychology, philosophy, and linguistics, look at the philosophy faculty website, look at the linguistics faculty website. They will give you a good idea of what would be covered in the course. And I really do think that the interest is the key thing. I will also say this, switching between the two is not necessarily, I was going to say easy, but I mean, there is a mechanism for it. But if you're deep into year one of experimental psychology and you decide you want to switch to PPL, you would be required to redo the first year because you would have done no linguistics. So we can't possibly let you go on at the end of the first year and, you know, kind of without a whole year's worth of grounding in linguistics. So it's an important decision. It's good that you're asking yourself this question, but I think the answer comes from you. What are you really interested in? What do you want to spend the next 3 years doing? Take a look at the faculty websites and see what is calling to you, what appeals to you. What papers are there in the linguistics course? So I'll kind of split things in two because this is really the way that the degree works at Oxford. So in the first year, you have prelims, which is the preliminary examination. It kind of stands alone, okay? So in that first year, you will do Introduction to Linguistics, which is an umbrella term for 3 courses. You do a course on grammatical analysis that looks at syntax and morphology. There's a course on phonetics and phonology, and there's a separate course on general linguistics, which is an interesting smorgasbord of linguistics subfields. So it includes semantics, pragmatics, historical linguistics, sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics as well, kind of introduction to all of those. Now, beyond that, in the second and third and possibly fourth year as well, if you do modern languages and linguistics, because that's a 4-year course rather than a 3-year course like the PPL one, then you have various options. So on the PPL side, you would have to do a kind of core subject. So you would have to do either syntax or semantics or phonetics and phonology, and then you can kind of build up your paper choices from that. If you want an idea of what the different options are, again, linguistics faculty website will give you a lot of information about the different possibilities. So click on information for current students, undergraduates, and then it will take you through and you can find some more information about that there. On the modern languages side as well, actually I should say PPL and modern languages and linguistics, you have to take, the only thing that's obligatory to take in your final year is the general linguistics exam. That's the part that gives you the and linguistics on the end of your degree. So that is a overview of the field. After that, though, for modern languages, you have to do one other linguistics paper, and then there's another paper that you can take. You could choose for that paper to be linguistics, or it could be in literature. So again, there's a flexibility there that I think is a real strength of the course. How should personal statements be weighted towards the different parts of the course? Should we prioritise linguistics, or should we talk about the other P's too? I think it's, I mean, we want to see that you know what linguistics is and to learn about why you're interested and what's particularly caught your attention about linguistics. So if you're applying for PPL and it's appropriate, given what I've said about you may be applying for lots of different courses with different weightings, then you know, I think you should give a fair amount of time to discussing the two. If you've done a lot more psychology than linguistics, maybe you've done psychology A-level, maybe you have more to say about that. But I would say don't neglect the other part of the degree, because both tutors will be reviewing your personal statement and looking for that interest, that passion for the particular subjects that we teach. Final question, how much overlap is there between linguistics and the other subjects that can be studied with it? I think the overlap that there is just in the sense of you can study language from many different perspectives, as I've already mentioned. So you could come at an issue from a particular direction, but within modern languages, you know, maybe you're looking at kind of language change, but we would bring in other issues. You know, maybe you've never considered what Hungarian does in terms of developing polite pronouns or something. We will throw that in there as well. Same with psychology, same with philosophy. The overlap, I would say, is I don't want to say minimal, but it's of the helpful kind, in that you're looking at the same issues but from different perspectives. And I think that enriches your view of what language is, and your study of language, and your understanding of language and how we use it.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the second student panel for the live streams. My name is Emily. I've just finished first year and I'm a chemistry student.
Hi everyone, I'm Gil and I'm also first year and I've just finished my year in studying law.
I'm Luca, I'm also a first year and I'm studying history.
So question 1, how did you find the application process? So I personally found it okay. I think the main thing for me was just staying organized, making sure I had a calendar of all the deadlines and dates I had to submit everything for, making sure that I was organized to revise for the tests and things, and yeah.
Yeah, same with that. Like, just make sure you have a calendar when the deadlines are, but at this point you should just focus on your grades and doing the best that you can. It was very simple and there's lots of advice on the website.
Yeah, I would just say organisation is key, particularly as the personal statement and all your stuff has to be sent off by your school normally a couple of weeks before all the other universities if you're applying to Oxbridge. Yeah, get yourselves organised, but don't panic. You know, the application process is kind of so broad at Oxford. It's, you know, you've got your personal statement, you've got your references, you've got the admissions tests, the interviews, all your GCSE grades, predicted grades. There's so much that they take you know, a wide look at everything. So don't stress about each individual bit too much.
Okay, so question 2, how can I prepare for the chemistry interview? So how I prepared for the chemistry interview was just making sure that I'd read around the subject a lot, and also that I'd done many practice interviews with my teachers. Something really vital that I'd say is there'll probably be more math in your interview than you'd expect. Definitely keep going over graphs and graph sketching and how to sketch graphs and how to predict how a graph would go at different limits. Also, I'd say just maybe look online at some of the different modules that are in first year and maybe do like a little bit of reading on each one, because in some interviews they kind of want to do a practice tutorial on a new subject that you might not have even heard of before, and so it could be good if you have a little bit of an insight into that subject beforehand. Also, I just say, in the interview, make sure that you just stay calm and just think before you speak, because it's very vital. It's so much better if you think and then give a better answer rather than if you just talk straight away and start rambling. Question 3, what do you wish you had known before starting studying here? So personally, I think I had quite a good idea of what it was going to be like studying here, but also I wish I'd known that there was going to be less. There is quite a pressurized process, and there's a lot of work. However, there are people there to make sure that you are okay, and you will be fine. If you need help, you can really easily get it.
Yeah, so kind of similar to what Emily said. I know that Oxford is obviously a very academic place, but I wish I knew that it's not all that, and there are opportunities for like the same social life that you could get at any other university. It's not all work. There's so many things that you can do outside of your degree, and yeah, I was very stressed about how it would be so focused on work, but it's not like that at all.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been said. I think I kind of came in and thought it's going to be this like crazy battle to be the cleverest, and everyone is just going to be working all the time, and there's such fun people at Oxford, and yeah, don't feel like that at all. Somerville is such a supportive environment, and do allow time to switch off and have fun, because let's face it, there's always something else you could read. There's always another book you could pick up, but it is really important to switch off from work sometimes and have a good work-life balance, and have a great time at university as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I thought it was going to be a lot more competitive than it actually was. So it's a good thing to know. Question 4, why did you choose Somerville? So actually, I didn't choose Somerville. I was pulled to Somerville. I originally applied to Trinity, and then I got pulled to Somerville. But I absolutely love Somerville, and it was actually my second choice on choosing a college. And I just think it's such a nice atmosphere, and I've toured people around Somerville before, just friends that have come to visit me, and they've just said that they, like walking around, they think it's a friendly atmosphere. Like any room that you go into, or like if you go into the bar, if you go into the library, there's going to be people there who like smile at you and be open for a conversation. And yeah, I think that's one of the main things about Somerville. It's just so friendly.
Yeah, so I also didn't apply to Somerville, which I guess is not the best advertisement for Somerville, but again, I'm really happy that I ended up here. It is the community that makes it. Everyone just knows everyone. It's such a supportive community, and I don't think at other colleges it's necessarily the same sense of like everyone together, and it is less traditional than some colleges, which is much more like laid back environment if you're stressed about that. And yeah, if I had to pick again, I would definitely pick Somerville, to be honest.
Well, I don't have to pick again because I picked Somerville the first time round, and it was definitely the right choice. I came here on a school trip actually when I was 15, and I love the place. Like Emily and Gil have said, it didn't feel kind of austere when you walked in. It wasn't kind of stuffy. It felt friendly and welcoming. And you'll hear all of the other colleges tell you how friendly and welcoming they are. But I can promise you that Somerville really is, and it's proven to be that way. Everyone is so lovely, and it doesn't matter where you're from or who you are. There really is a place for you here, and I found that to be true.
And also, you can walk on the grass, so that's nice.
Yeah.
So the next question, what is expected in the chemistry personal statement? So in your chemistry personal statement, you just really want to push across the fact that you've done a lot more outside of what is expected for you at A-level. So what I did on my personal statement was I opened up with stuff that I'd done over the summer, for example, different projects that I'd done, and I talked about what I'd learned from that, what inspired me to do that, any books that I'd read. It's a lot more focused on your academic background rather than your extracurricular, but I would definitely put a small paragraph of that at the end. But what you really want to make sure is that every single sentence is necessary and that it adds something to the case of you coming for an interview. You know, you really want to get across the fact that you're passionate about this subject, because at the end of the day, the tutors who are reading it, they're going to be spending a lot of time with you if you do get into Oxford. They're going to be spending a lot of time with you in tutors over the next 4 years, and they want to teach someone who is going to be passionate and share that passion with them for the subject. So you really want to get that across. And yeah, so I think the main thing is books, research projects that you may have done. You know, this summer is a really good time to do a research project on any of your choice. And yeah, and I just say, you know, go into detail about what you've done and what you've learned and how you're going to use that learning in the future. Next question, is there time for a social life and what clubs are you involved in? So yes, there's definitely time for a social life. As a chemist, I have a lot of contact hours, so which are all great fun. So on a really heavy week, I'll have up to like 28 contact hours maybe, and I still have time for, you know, some sort of a social life. So personally, I'm mostly involved in sports clubs. So I do women's rugby, I also do ice hockey, and I do netball, and that really neatly fits into my timetable. Yeah.
Well, as a lawyer, I have complete opposite as Emily. I have like a couple contact hours a week and like 5 lectures, so there's no time to get involved in anything. Personally, I go to quite a lot of law society events, which is really fun to like meet other people from other colleges as well, and branching out of college as well. And there's a lot of college level sports, so netball, as Emily said, rugby. It's like there's so much that's not stressful. There's not too much commitment as well. If you miss a week because you have to do something, it's not a big deal at all. But yeah, there's definitely time to get involved. And like beyond clubs, there's so many clubs, restaurants, pubs. There's so much to do with your friends as well. Just chilling in our Paris, which is our college bar. Like there's definitely time to just relax.
Well, I have even fewer contact hours a week. I've got 3 on an average week, so yeah, I've got loads of time to get involved with things. I play ice hockey with Emily. Well, I say play ice hockey, we're the most time falling over, to be honest. It's quite light-hearted. And I also became president of a group called Schools Plus, and it's a volunteering programme at Oxford, and Oxford students go out and act as tutors in some state schools in Oxford City, and that's a really great thing to do. I love going into the schools every week and chatting to all the students. Yeah, no, there's plenty of time to get involved in loads of things. Plus, there's our JCR committee, which Gil has recently joined, and I'm also on. Yeah, so we sort of represent the undergraduate body in the college and do all sorts of exciting things. So yeah, there's plenty to get involved with. Whatever you're interested in, there's something for you.
The next question, how do you find the chemistry tutors? The chemistry tutors are amazing. I really like them. They're all super nice. They're all really friendly. So yeah, so for me, I have Michael Hayward for inorganic, Dean Shepherd for physical, and Jonathan Burton for organic, and then Matthew Goldsworthy for maths. However, that may change, I'm not sure, but they're all really lovely. If you do come, you have a dinner in the first week with them, which is the same for all subjects. And they're all just really friendly. I mean, I think at the interviews, you know, they want to do well, so definitely don't be scared. And I think that goes for every subject really. They're super friendly, and we've all had dinners with them, like subject dinners, and they're all really nice. So I really like them. Next question, were the interviews scary, and do you have any advice for preparing? Yeah, I was definitely very scared for my interviews. However, I think that I over-prepared and I built it up too much. So what I did is I just I'd been preparing like loosely in September. However, in the 2 or 3 weeks leading up to the interviews, I basically took any spare time that I had and just compiled a folder full of like possible interview questions or things that I'd written out in my personal statement, and just kept doing looking up questions online. But I think that I had over-prepared myself, and you need to stay relaxed, because if you become stressed, you are more likely to do badly. So I think you just have to stay calm and just take your time.
Yes, so similarly, I was also naturally scared, but I remember when I came to interviews, I just got to a point where I was like, I've done what I can, just take the evening off and relax. I remember there were a lot of people that were going up to their rooms and, revising and preparing, which, of course, if you want to do, some do, but I think it's great to just take the time to just enjoy Oxford and meet other people and just kind of enjoy the university, not the interview experience as much as you can. For specific advice, it's very different to science, which probably expects more knowledge, whereas law, they don't expect any legal knowledge at all. Don't stress about knowing laws, knowing cases. They don't expect anything. What they do want to see is how you can read texts and interpret them and understand them and apply them to situations. So I just recommend possibly keeping up to date with the news, reading articles around law just to understand how the legal system kind of works, but don't stress about actually having knowledge of the law, because they don't expect that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Don't get too stressed, which is easy for us to say, I know, but and we were probably all really stressed when we were there, but they're really not that bad. And like Gil said, treat it as an experience. Treat it as you being able to stay in Somerville and see what life is like there for a couple of days. You eat in the dining hall, you can use the libraries, you can wander around, find your way around Oxford. So yeah, treat it like that, and ultimately, an interview is a conversation about a subject that you love with someone who knows a lot about it, and that's how you got to treat it. It's an amazing experience, but at the time, don't if you're stressed, that's fine. But for history, I would say to prepare, know your personal statement really well. Think about, there's only a certain number of questions they could really ask you about what you've written. Think about, what they're going to kind of, think about things you've said that they might kind of try to disagree with in order to get you to really argue your point. And just read whatever you can. It doesn't matter what like Gil said, it doesn't matter what the content is, but read a history book and find what the argument is. And because you will get an unknown text in a history interview and be asked to talk about the historian's argument. So as much practice you can do for that, I think, is great. But yeah, they're far less scary than I thought. So don't panic.
Yeah, I'd echo that as well. I'd also say for chemistry, it's probably the complete opposite of history in the fact that you probably won't get asked anything on your personal statement. I was never asked anything about my personal statement. However, it is still good just to make sure that you can talk about that if it does get brought up. So how did you choose your course, and do you enjoy it? So for me, I always wanted to do something science-based, and so I was thinking between biology and chemistry. However, in my A-levels, I just found that chemistry was one thing that I actually looked forward to the most, and I really loved the subject, and I didn't think that going out of the A-level syllabus was a chore, and I really enjoyed that. And I absolutely loved the course. I mean, chemistry is such a great subject. It's so interesting, and also it's so sociable. I know there's probably maybe 120 people, 160 people, I'm not sure how many in the year. I would say that I know a good proportion of those people just through chatting, and maybe at the start of lectures, and also labs. You're going to have 12 hours of labs per week on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, and you get put in a lab group, and you make such good friends, and you just make friends with everyone in the lab, really. And yeah, so it's really good, because I know a lot of subjects people don't know people outside their college, but in chemistry that's definitely not the case. And yeah, I really like it. Labs can be very tedious sometimes when you're stuck in there for 6 hours trying to do a synthesis, and then you get a 3% yield. However, it's a big learning experience, and I really enjoy it.
So for me, I chose law because I wanted to eventually go into the legal profession, and it's like the easiest route, I guess, into getting into that career path. But beyond that, like I was quite torn between history and law because I knew I was good at humanities and writing essays and reading, but I wasn't sure whether I'd enjoy like law particularly. But because this was a completely new subject to me, I found it so interesting because it was so broad what you learn about, so many like various models that completely differ, and it's just so useful to know. And even if you don't want to go into the legal profession, the skills that you learn by kind of reading text, interpreting like statutes, and just it is so important in current like life as well. And I just think it just teaches you really like loads of valuable skills, and it's just really interesting. I really enjoyed it actually.
So I chose history because, well, it's always been my favourite subject at school. And I wanted to study history at Oxford really because there's so much choice. Like even in my first year, there's been no compulsory module. We have to do British history in the first term, but there were about 6 different periods I could choose from. Again, in the second term for European history, and we've done a special subject in the third term, and there were so many different choices there. And you can write a thesis on anything that you want to. And no, I love the fact that there was no one telling me I had to study a certain thing. I could really create the degree that I wanted, and that's what really appealed about the Oxford history course.
Next question. So how many chemistry undergraduates do Somerville normally take, and do you know how many they'll take for 2021 entry? So I really don't know, I'm sorry, how many they usually take. It really does differ from year to year. For my year, they had 6 people who came in October, but I have no idea what the average is or how many they'll take for 2021. I'm sorry, but it's probably around about that amount, probably around 6 to 8, perhaps. Which textbook do you use in first year chemistry? I actually have them now. I'll just go get them. So this one, so this is Inorganic Chemistry, Shriver and Atkins. So this isn't the latest edition, however, it's a good one. So these are just the main textbooks. Like there are so many because for every tutorial sheet you're going to get a reading list, and so that will have numerous books on it. But usually these are the ones which are always on it. So this is also Atkins Physical Chemistry. This is the 10th edition, but I think there's an 11th one as well. And this Organic Chemistry, Claydon. So this is like the Bible for organic chemistry. It's great. I love it. It's very thick. So yeah. Atkins and Claydon really are the main ones.
One thing I'd add from that, not that I know anything about chemistry, but I wouldn't stress at this point about textbooks and reading. I would just focus on your A levels and just don't worry about that. And also the Somerville Library will supply pretty much anything you can prove.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't buy the textbooks personally. All those textbooks are from the library, so I wouldn't buy them because they're quite expensive. Next question, is Somerville and Oxford what you expected before you arrived? Why or why not? I don't know, to be honest, I didn't really have an image of exactly what it was going to be before I arrived. I tried to keep a really open mind. I was really pleasantly surprised because it is just so friendly. It's very easy to make friends, and there's just so much to do. I didn't realize like how much there is to do. When you go to Freshers Fair, there are so many like different clubs you can join. There's literally something for everyone. And even if you don't want to do clubs, like as Gil said before, there are so many restaurants that you can go to, and there's just so many like open spaces, so many green spaces that you can go to and enjoy. And yeah, like the work is really hard, but it's so rewarding at the same time. And it's really great when you spent ages on a tutorial sheet, or you spent ages revising for your work, and then your tutor says, "Oh, well done, that was really good." So
yeah, so kind of repeating what we've already said before, but I expected Oxford to be so academic, and you know, after lectures, everyone just get into their rooms and lock themselves in and start reading. It's just completely the opposite. I was really worried about like a lack of social life, or it's not a traditional university experience, but I'd say that was completely wrong, and was really surprised about how open people were at Somerville. And yeah, the clubs and societies and everything to do in Oxford, it's so much fun and there's so much.
So I kind of think I knew what to expect a little bit because I'd visited Somerville, and I knew it was this kind of friendly, welcoming place. I think with the work, I kind of thought, oh, well, history, 3 contact hours a week, that's not too bad. I'll have loads of time to be going to all these restaurants and pubs that Gil and Emily talk about. And of course you do, but there's a lot of independent learning you have to do for a humanities degree. A lot of sitting in the library, reading and preparing for your essays. But that is really rewarding. I think, you know, because it's, you know, there's 8 weeks, short 8-week terms, you work really hard. And I think when you come home, you think, wow, God, I've actually learned so much. I've done so much. It's only when you kind of stop and look back on the year now, you know, we've done so much. And it is really rewarding. But I think for, a humanities degree, it is very independent. No one's going to be telling you to work, telling you what time. Kind of be quite self-motivated. But having said that, you can, you know, if you work best at night, then you can do that. If you work best in a cafe rather than the library, then that's great. So you can. There's a lot of freedom. But yeah, make sure you do the reading.
Yeah, I agree with that. And even for chemistry, I was very surprised how much independent learning there was, and a lot of it is, you know, going away from the tutor and looking at your textbooks by yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of independent for everything, I think. So next question, what books or activities did you write about on your personal statement? So to do with activities, so I wrote an article for a science magazine that I wrote about, which I had the opportunity to do. I also wrote about a personal project that I did on antibiotics and about the dye medicine and how that linked with modern medicine. Books I wrote about The Alchemy of Air by Thomas Hager, I think that is, and I also read the book Mauve by Simon Garfield, which I'd recommend.
So first of all, just a disclaimer, they're not expecting you to have any sort of work experience, but I did write about my week at barrister's chambers, but don't stress if you don't have that, because they're not expecting that type of thing at all. If you have it, great, but even if you visit like the local court and just listen to a few cases and just get immersed in the legal world. I also read some articles about recent changes in legislation. I think it was about divorce, and I just linked it to my interest in the law and why that made me want to study law, and my kind of take on the article as well. I also mentioned a book by Ronald Dworkin, which was about jurisprudence and the philosophy of law, but I didn't read that in depth. It was more just getting a gist of it and why that made me want to pursue law even further at Oxford. But just make sure that you link everything to why you want to study it. It's not a checklist of I've read this, I've done this. Just everything you do, just link it to why that makes you want to study law and why that makes you interested in the subject.
For history, don't feel there's any particular books you have to read or should read. Really, read something that you're interested in. That's find a topic that perhaps beyond your A-level syllabus, and read as much as you can. Read about something you want to talk about in the interview. This is a chance to speak with a world-leading academic about something. So read something that you want to engage with and want to discuss. And in terms of activities, I'd done this quite weird thing where I dressed up as historical characters with the National Trust and roamed around the properties on the hottest day of the year, which the tutors I think just found quite funny. It was quite humiliating, but for me at the time with all these people. But you can write anything that you can kind of relate, add that in, and don't feel you have to dress up as historical characters if you're applying for history. But read whatever you're interested in and read as much as you can. That would be my advice.
Okay, so the final question, what's been your highlight of your time at Somerville so far? It's quite hard to choose. There've been so many. I mean, one of the main ones is just making the friends that I have, and everyone's so lovely, and just being able to like have your close group of friends that you can go chat to all the time. Also, my highlight has just been sports. I mean, the women's rugby team is incredible, and also ice hockey is so fun. So that's my highlight.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick one highlight. Again, people, the friends, visiting Oxford, exploring everywhere to go, you know, Christchurch Meadows, Radcam, like it's just, you just have to pinch yourself and you just walk around Oxford like I'm really stupid. Maybe the formals, they're quite fun. Yeah, it feels a bit like Hogwarts, but no, it's really fun, yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's hard to pick just one, but yeah, formals are really good. The Christmas dinner was a real highlight because we'd had such a long, it felt like, you know, got a long term. You met all these new people, and finally we could sort of relax and have Christmas dinner and relax with friends. So that was really lovely. But I think having not been at Oxford, because this term has obviously been online, it does make you realise how much you love the place, and I'm really excited to go back in October.
Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. If you did have any more chemistry questions, I'm doing a typed Q&A tomorrow morning from 11:30 to 12:30. So, but yeah, thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, everyone. And if you have any more questions, I'll be doing law Q&A tomorrow as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, goodbye.
Bye.
So I think we're live now.
Okay, so I'm Richard Stone, one of the engineering tutors at Somerville, and I'm very pleased that one of our first year students has agreed to help out. So do you want to introduce yourself, Miles?
There seems to be a pretty significant echo, so I'm going to turn off my audio really quickly. But I'm Miles, and I'm a first year engineering student.
So the first question is, what does an engineering interview involve? So it does vary a little bit as to which college you're being interviewed at. Everybody who applies and is called for interview is interviewed at 2 colleges. At Somerville, we will start by asking some questions based on the UCAS form, and then follow that up by asking a maths-based question and then a more of a physicsy based question. And our interest is in your ability to apply maths to physics type problems. So, Miles, do you want to add anything to that?
Am I allowed to give specifics about my interview question, or shall I not?
It's up to you, yes. You could say what you were asked.
Yeah, I was asked a series of questions, and I think one key thing in the engineering interview is if you make a mistake, don't give up. I think even I think I made a mistake on the first question in at least one of my interviews, and it was a very simple mistake, but it just gave me the wrong answer. But I think a key concept is not giving up when you get something wrong, because there's so many questions asked that you're bound to get at least something wrong on one of them.
In fact, the whole purpose of the questions is to take people beyond what they've already learned and to see how they respond when being fed with new information, in order to assess how students pick up new material. And it would be really surprising if we had questions that students or applicants could do. And the second question is it important to enjoy building and designing structures in order to pursue engineering? And how can you practice this? Well, I guess for potential civil engineers, the scope for building bridges or anything large scale is limited. If you're interested in computers, then there's clearly scope for well, perhaps assembling your own computer if you want to, or making use of Arduino type devices in order to practice programming and controlling systems. But not everybody has these opportunities, so we tend to be looking for potential rather than necessary achievement. I can't remember what Miles put on his UCAS form about his engineering interests.
They've changed significantly after having realized what an engineering degree fully entails. But I think the thing I talked about mainly on my personal statement was a drone which I had tried to build and learn how to crash land itself, which I think even in my personal statement I said I never really got to work 100%. So, yeah.
Well, that's true of a lot of engineering in the real world as well, particularly at the research level, so that not everything will work first time if you are trying to push the boundaries. And next question is how to prepare for the physics aptitude test. Well, Miles is going to answer that, I think.
Yes, I believe the name of the website I used was iwanttostudy.engineering.org or iwanttostudy.engineering.com. There are a number of websites online that you can find that have a lot of very useful resources and lots of practice questions, which are somewhat outside of the box. And those can really help you train for answering the PAT, which I think is designed to ask some out-of-the-box questions. You've learned the basic skills to answer the questions, but you might not have ever thought about answering a question like that before.
And there are past or sample PAT papers available online. I guess the other thing to draw attention to is you're likely to be pushed for time when answering the questions, because it's not like A-levels that are targeted at a very wide range of abilities. The PAT test is targeted at the sort of top end of the ability range, and even very able students can end up getting quite low marks on the PAT test. So if you do the PAT test and you feel you've done badly, put those thoughts to one side and wait and see what happens. It's not the sort of test where people get 100%. So another question is, do you need to have further maths at A-level to do engineering? And the answer to that is no, because not every school is able to resource further maths, and we certainly do have students who enter the course with a single maths A-level. But regardless of which engineering course you're wanting to do, or almost any science course, or let alone maths, the more maths you can learn at school, then the less maths there is to learn once you're at university. So it makes the transition a bit easier. But for the engineering course, the maths is a little bit front loaded into the first term, and the purpose of this is to get everybody up to the same level at the same time, because even within further maths, there's a whole range of different modules that people can choose. Miles, I think you did do further maths?
Yes, I did. And I'd say that my friends that I knew that didn't do maths were perfectly fine, and they weren't necessarily like stunted in their performance at all because of the fact they didn't do it. But they did probably have to work a little bit harder than everyone else in the first few weeks.
Yeah. But then there'd be other topics where, they were already up to speed. Some people do the statistics modules, and because of time constraints, people who did A-level maths, including some stats, don't really benefit from that until the second year. And we've had students, for example, who've not done any mechanics as part of their A-level course, but again, the first year dynamics lecture course covers that material. So the next question says, what are engineering tutorials like? So maybe, Miles, you could give a student's perspective on that, because you've had a range of tutors.
Yeah, so I think just to like outline the basic idea of what it is you'll have 4 or 5 lectures on a topic, and then you'll be given a worksheet to do on that topic. You'll complete that worksheet, hand it into your tutor, and then you'll have a tutorial based on it. So it's more going over stuff you didn't understand in like that you didn't understand from the lectures. So for that reason, I find it's probably the most useful part of the education process, because the stuff that you could learn by yourself or you intuitively understand isn't the most important to get help with, and the tutorial system really allows for you to ask specific questions about topics you don't understand to tutors.
So are all of the tutors adopting a broadly similar approach to the way they run the tutorials, would you say, at Somerville?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I think you cut out.
So do the different tutors at Somerville broadly adopt the same approach, or are there some differences? I'm wondering if you can give me some hints as to other things that I could do that you think other people do in their tutorials.
Well, yeah, actually, I'd say Richard's system might actually be the best, because he marks things extraordinarily quickly and then can hand it back to you before the tutorial, which means you have a second chance to try and understand things that you didn't understand before you ask questions. So that's, yeah. But
okay. Yeah. I suppose the other thing to say about tutorials is that on average there are 2 a week, because there's a standard ratio of examined lecture material to tutorials, but some weeks there might be 3 tutorials and other weeks, only 1. And I guess this is really a question for Miles. What's been your favourite part of the engineering course so far?
I'd say there's probably 2 equal parts. So the laboratories, which we have once a week, which are, I believe, 5 hours long.
Yep.
And you learn a lot of, so you have all the academic work, which is all largely theoretical, but then the laboratories give you a chance to actually apply a lot of that theoretical knowledge, which I think is something that might be slightly unique to engineering. So that's been a great part of it. And the other part I've really liked has been the computer engineering we've done so far, because up until university, I understood kind of how machine code works and all that stuff, but then everything up from there, but nothing below that. But the computer engineering courses have allowed me to really understand stuff from the basic transistors all the way up to, high-level languages. I feel like I finally bridged that gap between the 2 now.
Maybe we should say a little bit about the nature of lab work in the first year, because there are a number of small standalone units, but equally there are 5 sessions each on computing, electronics, and the design build test of the structure.
Yeah.
So would you like to talk about the electronics lab?
Sure. So unfortunately this year we didn't get a chance to complete some of our labs because of coronavirus, obviously. So that's been slightly a bummer, but it's still fine, because the majority of the knowledge is already there. So the electronics was pretty interesting. It was doing a lot of stuff which I had actually done before, but it was, how to put this? They taught me the correct way of doing a lot of it, like soldering and all this stuff, which my approach had been look up one YouTube tutorial and try it. If it doesn't work, try a different way. But then the actual method for how to do those kinds of things is actually very, there's a correct way to do it, which I hadn't been doing.
Yeah.
And I found that I learned that in the electronics and actually computer science modules.
Yeah. So in the normal course of events, first year students in the electrical lab end up building a little radio, and the mechanical design build test ends up having a small scale bridge structure that's tested to destruction.
Yeah.
So the next question is, how much choice do students get about what they study? Well, at least in the first year officially, there shouldn't be too much choice. All students are expected to work equally hard on all 4 papers. But in the second year, there's scope for both official and unofficial specialisation, because in the second year exams there's a selection. You can choose to answer 5 questions out of 8, and there are also extended laboratory sessions called coursework modules. So if you're wanting to become an electronics engineer, you would take the ECAD option, which deals with the design of electronic circuits. If you were a civil engineering, mechanical engineering bias student, you would do more mechanical, computer-aided design. And then there are a whole host of other options that reflect the different engineering disciplines. So there's a chemical engineering option which is involving brewing, there's design of turbo machinery, robotic control, there are programming modules as well. So there's a whole range of options, and as well as the programming, then there's use of computers in things like computational fluid dynamics or finite element analysis for complex stress calculations. So the next question is asking if it's possible for to apply for a specific type of engineering, such as aeronautical engineering. So in the UCAS handbook, there are a number of entries for engineering at Oxford, such as civil engineering, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, and so on. This is just a way of getting more entries into the UCAS handbook. The course is identical for all of them. If you're wanting to become an aeronautical engineer, then you would choose a number of appropriate options in the 3rd and 4th year. For example, there's a sort of aerospace propulsion type lectures that deal with aircraft lift and airflow and engine performance. But then, depending on what type of aeronautical engineer you wanted to be, you might then choose control type final year option papers, or there would be solid mechanics and structural papers that would be more relevant if you were interested in aircraft structures. So although there's no specific aeronautical engineering stream, it is possible to choose final year options that provide appropriate skills. But I guess even if you were to do a straight aeronautical engineering degree, degrees really are often teaching you to teach yourself rather than necessarily teaching you everything. The next question is there an opportunity for an industry placement? There are quite long vacations, and we certainly encourage students to gain industrial experience, and the university's career service can help to facilitate that. The department is also introducing sort of research internships. So, for example, one of the current second year last summer did a biomechanics placement. So there are opportunities, but I think unlike Cambridge, there's no requirement for these to be undertaken. So are the tutorials all taught in Somerville, or are students taught by tutors at other colleges as well? Okay, so there are some colleges that have a consortium approach to giving tutorials, where maybe 2 or 3 colleges get together and share things out, so that the tutors are giving a larger number of tutorials on a smaller number of papers. Maybe we should say that really it's only the core course material that the colleges are responsible for. So that means all of the first year and second year tutorials are organised within Somerville by Somerville tutors. There's also a core course in the third year which we tutor, but otherwise in the third and fourth year the tutorials and classes are organised on a departmental basis. So for the third year option papers, students in groups of 4 are given classes or tutorials, and this is a transition towards what happens in the final year, when the people who give the lectures are responsible for giving the classes, and these are classes with 10 or so people in attendance. The reason for saying or so is that if you've got 30 students on a course and you put the class up on 3 occasions, then you might get 5 to the first class, 10 or so to the second, and 15 to the third. So what are we looking for in an engineering applicant in terms of the personal statement and interview? Well, the personal statement is an opportunity for us to find out what your range of interests are, and to perhaps ask a question that builds on something that was stated. And Miles reminded me that he had written about a drone project. What we're really looking for in the interview is to try and assess potential, because with students who have such varied backgrounds and different school types and course types, some people are doing 3 A-levels, others are doing 4 A-levels, some students are doing international baccalaureate, and we also have students who are doing their own exams. It could be the French bac or European baccalaureate, the Arbiter from Germany, and so on. So what we have to do is, by means of questions that challenge students, assess what their intellectual capabilities are. And this is a question for Miles. How did you prepare for your engineering interview?
I probably spent, I don't want to say too much time doing it, but I spent a significant amount of time preparing for the PAT in my interview. It's really, everyone's going to be nervous walking in, but like no matter how much, like I did like mock interviews with fellow students who are applying for engineering and like my physics teacher, but I have to say that wasn't really, like, although that was helpful, nothing can really, it's very nerve-wracking. And you have to the most important thing is to be comfortable with all of the material you've covered so far. And yeah, I don't want to give any like specific advice, because how to prepare for an interview is different for everyone. But think about how to present your ideas is what I'd say.
And I guess one of the things about the interview we could say is that it's very helpful when students are talking about their thought process. And if they're just sitting there silently, then what we do tend to do is to encourage them to explain what they're thinking, so that we can then make sure that their thoughts are going in the right direction. Next question is, how many contact hours do engineering students have per week? So I can summarize that roughly by saying there'll be 8 or 10 hours of lectures a week, and there'll be 5 hours of labs, and on average 2 hours of tutorials. But in a sense, that's the tip of the iceberg, because it's not just contact hours that are important. It's the amount of time that has to be spent working on the tutorial sheets, and that will vary quite a lot. So Miles, do you want to say how long you have to spend preparing for a tutorial sheet?
Yeah, and I think the next question also comes into that of what's the work-life balance of an engineering student.
Mm.
I'd say it does vary week to week. It's not like you can just say, okay, I'm going to do 35 to 40 hours of work this week, and that's going to be enough every single week. Because some weeks it's going to be less, some weeks it's going to be more. It depends how difficult you're finding the material for that week, or how long the tutorial sheet is, because they do vary slightly. But I'd say if it's in lecture or in lab or in tutorial, it would be probably on average 25 to 30 hours of work a week. And that does give you time to do whatever other social activities you want to be a part of. But the other thing to add is there are extracurricular clubs, which if you really apply yourself to those extracurricular clubs, will also take up a significant amount of time every week.
Yeah. I think what happens as students progress through the course is that they become more and more efficient at working, and that then enables them to take on more extracurricular activities. And the next question is asking, what do we do if a student struggles with the workload? Well, we can provide extra tutorials. And the other thing that we can do is to identify which particular tutorials are needed because they lead into work that's going to be taught later that term. So it means that if there is a tutorial on, say, turbomachinery, which is, you know, the end of the fluid mechanics course, we can always say, well, we can park that, you can work through it over the Christmas vacation and have a tutorial right at the start of the new year. I don't think we've had to do any of that with first year, so Miles isn't really in a position to comment on that, I think.
Yeah, no.
I think we've also been asked what's going to be the interview process in December, and all the interviews this year are going to be online. With engineering, we've already had experience of that because we do Skype type interviews online for overseas candidates, and we've got a set of instructions that we can send out in order to guide students on how to be able to present material on a Skype interview, because again, we're going to want students to work through problems. I think we're getting close to the end of our time, aren't we? I'm not sure if there are any more questions. It looks as if... okay, so there's a number of questions, such as how many students do we take for engineering each year? And because we've got 2 permanent tutors, that means we take 6 students a year. How many maths students? Okay. So we don't take, I think the maths students questions meant for the maths tutors.
Yes.
And the other thing we could perhaps point out is that we just, the engineering tutors work across colleges in order to try and make sure that the people who are offered places are the best applicants, regardless of which college they applied to. I don't think there are any more questions. So I hope this has been helpful. If there's any more questions, they can always be emailed into the senior tutor or the admissions tutor, who can then either answer them himself or forward them to probably me. So I hope this has been useful, and I'd also like to thank Miles for his contributions, because it's much easier with 2 people than 1. So
yeah,
goodbye.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Goodbye.
Go. We should wait for 4, 3, 2, 1, don't we? All good. So hello everyone. So this is an experience for us. It's the first time that we are doing this kind of virtual open day at Somerville College. So it's going to be the first time for you and the first time for us. So that's perfect. We are on equal foot here. My name is Renaud Lambiot. I'm a fellow in applied mathematics here. And with me today we have Beth. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Beth Romano. I'm a tutor at Somerville and a researcher in the Maths Institute. I do pure maths, and I just started at Somerville less than a year ago, so I don't know that much yet. But
yeah. and also started just 3 years ago, so I'm also fairly new here. And so I see that we already have a first question, but just just before we start, just a couple of words about Somerville College. So Somerville College is very conveniently placed next to the Math Institute, which is, I think, one of the main reasons why to come here. But besides this kind of joke, well, I think that personally, at the very least, I'm feeling very, very much fond of this environment, because it's a very welcoming environment where the people really care about each other. So I care about my college, about my students, about my colleagues. And this is a very, very nice place to be, a nice place to interact with students and with colleagues alike. And so, well, if I had to say something about Somerville, that would be that's a very nice and welcoming atmosphere. I felt welcome when I arrived 3 years ago. And I also feel that the students feel welcome, which is something very important. And I don't know if you have the same experience.
yeah, I completely agree. I found it very welcoming as well and very friendly. So the first question, I think, is how many math students do we have each year? Renaud, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think about 9 students in pure maths, and then maybe 3 or 4 in maths and computer science. Does that seem right?
I think you're very much correct. So indeed, which is a lot. I think that we are part of the colleges where there are the most students in the first year, and indeed we have about. So it depends, right? There is no strict rule, but typically we have something like 9 students in math, and sometimes also in math and stats, and also about 3 or 4 students who do math and computer science, indeed, and. Yeah, the answer for these questions. So do you need to be a genius to study math at Oxford? What if I do not feel like I'm smart enough? Well, if you want to know the truth, I'm not even sure that you need to be a genius to teach at Oxford University. So that would be the first answer. So I don't consider myself to be a genius, and still I'm here. And I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that Beth is a genius. But even
no, I was going to say that I often feel like I'm not smart enough to be at Oxford, but I think we all feel like this sometimes. You certainly do not have to be a genius to study maths at Oxford. I think the main things we look for are sort of motivation and the ability to work hard on a problem, right? Focus and motivation.
Well, and also, well, clearly, and especially with a topic like math. So, well, math is a topic that a minority of the people like, and this is something that you need to like mathematics in order to start thinking about applying to do math at university in general, but at Oxford in particular. And just to comment about that question, so many students are feeling sometimes insecure about coming to Oxford, and it might come from their personality. It could also come from their background, right? So some people may come from more privileged schools, others from less privileged schools. But as I said, well, I think the Math Institute tries to be very welcoming, and Somerville College in particular, to try to have people coming from different backgrounds and to bring them all together towards the end of their studies. And clearly each year we have students who are insecure for different reasons, with this kind of imposter syndrome. They feel that they don't deserve to be there, and yet after a couple of weeks, well, they start working, they start to gain confidence, and they start to grow, because we also try to help the people grow, right, and to mature and to get confidence in themselves. And so, well, honestly, it's even, I think that's it's even good to be insecure at a certain point. So nobody should think that he has well, you need to deserve the right to go to university in general, and this is a commitment. And so clearly, I think that if you don't feel smart enough, don't worry. Most of us don't feel smart enough, and at the end, what's going to make the difference is, well, the commitment and the ability to work and to invest yourself in a topic that I hope you're going to be liking.
Yeah, there's a third question about someone asked what's good about studying maths at Somerville, and I mean Renaud already answered one of the most superficial reasons it's good, which is Somerville is right next to the math department, so it's very convenient to go there for lunch in between classes. But I think one other thing that's really nice is that there are a lot of other students studying maths. So there's a really nice community, and I think I've seen a lot of like the first and second year students kind of working together on problems. I think we have a community where students really do want to help each other and want to talk to each other about problems. And I mean, we the tutors certainly invest time into each student. We think about each student personally and like what they need and what they can work on.
No, completely. And I don't mean to say that this is not the case in other colleges as well, right? So other colleges also provide this support. Well, I can say that this is what we do. And as Beth said, having such a fairly large cohort of students, well, it's not so large, right? So it's not like we have 50 students. We have like about 10, 12. So we know all of them personally. And indeed, like when we meet in the buildings, well, we know the names, we know who the people are. So it means that we have the possibility to develop, well, social and personal relations with them and to help them knowing their own strengths and weaknesses. But at the same time, having this group of 10, 12 students means that most of them indeed like feel a sentiment of team somehow. They really work together. So it's very much the case that so at Oxford, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done off the class. So there is a lot of work to be done for tutorials that we give as tutors, and the students need to prepare them. And this is a work that needs to be done either alone home, or it could alone, I mean, in their room, or it could be done at the library in groups. And very often they tend to work and to help each other and to share resources, which is also something very important, because later on, if you turn out that in any case you never work on your own, so you very often work in teams and you work with other people, you share your ideas with people. So it means that this is something that also brings you towards this level of collaboration. That is a very important aspect of mathematics nowadays.
Yeah, there's another question I see. I can't see Renaud anymore, but there's another question that says, do you have any advice for interviews and personal statements for maths? And one thing this question did not ask is something I'll say, which is one of my main pieces of advice for admissions for maths is to really make sure you prepare for the maths achievement test, the test that comes before the interviews. So there's lots of materials online on the Maths Institute website that will allow you to prepare for this exam. So don't just think about admissions in terms of personal statement and interviews. Definitely think about studying for and preparing for that exam. I still can't see Renaud.
No, you cannot see me?
But I can hear you.
Oh, you cannot see me, sorry.
No, that's okay. Oh, you can see him. Okay, it's just me.
Okay, perfect. I can see myself. At least I can see myself. And and so just as a compliment to what Beth said, so well, indeed, so for especially for the interviews, well, you're going to be tested on topics that in principle are going to be different somehow from what you know. So it means that, of course, we expect that you know, well, what is expected at your background. So you are expected to know the topics that you've been studying at school, but you will not be asked to solve a problem as you know it. The idea is more to try to make you learn something. So these are short interviews, typically about 20 minutes or so. So it's fairly short, but in these 20 minutes, 25 minutes, what we try to do is to see how fast you learn, and we try to see how you digest new ideas and put them together in order to solve problems. So it means that if clearly, if you want to get prepared for these kind of exams or of interviews, well, there is nothing specific to study. You should just be confident in what you know, and make sure that you're confident in solving the things that that you are expected to be able to solve. But for the rest, there is no recipe. It's more, well, you should be careful and not. There is no trap, right? It's more that you should listen carefully to what the teacher is going to be telling you during the interview, and think and exchange with him or her, because it's also supposed to be a discussion where even if you're stuck at some point, well, we will not be there to we will be there to help you and to help you to proceed further. So it means that if during the interview you see that you're a bit lost, there is something that you don't understand, well, clearly ask a question, because we are not there to, we will not be judging you if you bad, if there is a tiny aspect you don't understand at the beginning, at the end you make it well. The most important is that we can see that you try to understand, and how the kind of mental your mechanisms of thinking have been evolving during the interview.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the thing to keep in mind, I mean, just to echo what Noah is saying, is that the interviews are supposed to be like a conversation. It's not supposed to be that you know all the answers. It's supposed to be you interacting with the tutor, because that's what tutorials are like at Somerville, you interacting with the tutor, asking questions, answering questions. So think of it more as an interaction than something to like study for.
Yeah. And as of the statement, well, for the statement, well, it should be personal. And because I emphasize that, because indeed, like the person of question 4 says personal statement, but sometimes the personal statements can be a bit impersonal, can be a bit like formatted. I don't know, maybe people follow some advice from some websites, but clearly it should be about your own experience, about why you like mathematics, why you would like to come to Oxford, and that should really relate to your own experience. And very often, well, you can feel whether or not this is something that is very personal or less. So please be honest about why is it that you would like to come to Oxford to study math specifically, and there may be plenty of reasons, right? So everybody has a different background and different dreams, but what we would like to see is really, why here, why with us, and what in your life made you like and wish to become a mathematician.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so the next question is long, so maybe I'll read it out and we can answer it. So in first year maths, the question is, in first year maths, some colleges seem to have all tutorials, others mix tutorials in classes or have 5 short tutorials a week. What happens at Somerville? So I think...
So indeed, there are colleges where things are organized differently. So here in Somerville, what we tend to have is that, so for each topic in the first years, so I am in charge of applied math, there is a tutor in charge of pure math, another one of statistics, and another one of computer science. And clearly we have the help of people, because there would be too much for the fellows to take care of all of the courses. But what is expected is that for each student would have, if I'm right, 4 tutorials a week for these 4 topics. And those would be typically given in small groups of 2 to 3 students. So, and this is, I think, one of the classical ways in which things are done in Oxford colleges. So I think that we are more in the norm for this, but other colleges do it sometimes differently. I think that maybe Christchurch does it, well, I don't know, whatever. So other colleges may be doing that differently, because what they do instead is sometimes have more like tutorials with groups of 8, and they do that just to avoid to be redundant, because indeed, I don't know, like personally, I know that for each tutorial there would be at least one question that will be a problem for all of the students. And still I do it 3 times, and it could be maybe more time efficient if instead of doing it 3 times to small groups, I was to do it once in front of a group of 8 students. And so sometimes other colleges do it slightly differently in order to be more efficient, and then also to have more time maybe to focus on other questions with the students more individually. But in our case, I think that we prefer to keep it in this kind of simple format where I think that one of the main advantages that, well, first of all, it's simple, so it's very simple to organize. But also, there's also the fact that sometimes when students are in larger groups, they feel less confident. They may also feel a bit more afraid of asking questions, while typically in groups of 2 or 3, well, we are very, very close to each other. There is almost no social barrier, which basically means that everybody feels safe in a safe environment in which to open up and try to answer questions and ask or ask questions that they might be afraid to ask otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the 2 to 3 people in tutorials. So yeah, for these things.
And the things that later on, so this is the way it works for the first 2 years. So typically the colleges organize the tutorials for the first 2 years of university, but then after that, the departments are going to be organizing the tutorials. So that's what's happening for part B, part C. And then when you start to be in the last 2 years, then the tutorials involve groups of 10 to 15 students typically. So it means that, but on the other hand, I think that especially when you arrive at university, when you need to grow this confidence that you may not have initially. I also like the idea of having these small groups that help you to build social relations with your tutor, with your peers, and also to have this small bubble around you in which you can grow more safely.
Yeah. So the next question is, what can I do over the summer to prepare for applying? I think we already sort of talked about some of this. So the main thing I think is making sure you're prepared for this admissions test. That's going to be like the real hurdle to. Do you have anything else in mind for now?
No, clearly, yeah, the test is going to be very, very important because indeed, like so typically in the way the system works, well, there's going to be first this written test, and this is usually used very much as a filter to decide who's going to be selected. And of course, the results from the written test are going to be there during the whole procedure. But they're critically important, just first of all, to decide whether or not you're going to be accepted for the interview. So this is clearly something where you need to focus on, and this is something for which you can prepare, because indeed there are resources on the site of the Math Institute about what needs to be known for these tests. I'm sure that there must be resources online as well. You may have some support from your school. If not, as I said, there can be some resources online, and this is generally something to get prepared on, because for any kind of test, it's only by practicing that you're going to be developing the skills and also be faster, because typically sometimes you can solve a problem and it's going to be taking a long time, but if you practice, you might not get a better answer, but you're going to be faster and faster in solving the solutions. And sometimes, indeed, the time factor is very important if you want to be able to solve all of the problems in with sufficient time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all this.
And also, well, of course, prepare, but also, enjoy the sun, right? It's also
exactly.
Well, you should also come with you should. I have sorry. Suddenly I see my face. I have the feeling that I've been in the sun for 2 months. It's probably because of the lockdown. But so please, also, it's also very important to rest during the summer, right? Because studies are important. You need to prepare, but don't put too much pressure on yourself either. So you should put pressure, but not too much. Okay, so question 7. So is the tutorial system as unique as Oxbridge claimed it to be? Well,
I would say yes. Do you think so?
Well, I think so. So at least, I've been clearly I've been in different universities as a student and as a researcher and as a teacher, and the system doesn't look. It looks like nothing I know, clearly. So it means that and the main difference. Well, I think there are different things. So first of all, and that might not be unique, but it's quite exceptional still, is the fact that there is a very, very large cohort of students in math in Oxford. So we have about 300 students in the first year, which is maybe not unique, but there are not so many universities where you have so many good level, well, typically very good level students in the first year. So like from my country in Belgium, we have maybe 50 students at the very best in the first year, or maybe 40 or 30. So 300 is very large, meaning that also opens a lot of possibilities afterwards for when you start to go to part C and part B, where there's going to be all sorts of options that are going to be made available. So when you look at all of the types of courses that are made available, that's really exceptional. But that's not what you ask, right? So on top of this, well, clearly it's more about this kind of tutorial system is taking place and the college way in which the teaching is done. And I would say that this is unique indeed, because as I said, so I'm a professor, and at the same time, I'm also very, very close to the students. So I think that one of the big advantages of this kind of tutorial system is that I am not isolated from the students. I don't only teach the group of 200 or 50 or 100 students, where all of them would be just like a person in the crowd. I'm spending time with them and interacting with them. And so it means that you really develop personal relations, and which allows you then to also help the students to be pushed further and to try to do things that otherwise you would not be trying. And so that's something that I've never seen in any country, and clearly not in Europe. I don't think that it exists, but even in the US, I don't think, and Beth could say that better, but I don't think that the system looks like it.
I think the amount of personal attention we give our students at Oxford is way more than I've seen in any other university that I've been in. Just like every week you're going to have these tutorials, and for every tutorial, sometimes a professor, sometimes or junior person will be reading every problem you solve, right? Be reading every line of math that you write, and that's we really get to know the students very well, more so than in any university I've been at, even in America or here. So.
Yeah. How do you know if you like math enough to study it? I don't know.
I think at first I didn't know that I liked maths enough to study it. But I think it's the sort of thing where if there are things at school where you have a math problem, something that grabs your attention, and even though it's hard, you really want to push through, you're really excited to know what the answer is. And if you've had something that's really caught your attention and caught your interest, that's the kind of thing that makes me think that maths, you like maths enough to study it. Right, if your motivation is that kind of curiosity, oh my God, I wonder how to solve this. I wonder how I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I think that's a good sign. What do you think, Bruno?
I studied physics, so I cannot say. But no, but physics and math are very close, and so many people are in between the disciplines. But indeed, so personally, I knew that I liked, I just enjoyed spending time solving problems. And I think that, well, and this is something that is usually very critical for many people doing mathematics. It's part of a pleasure, right? It's something that you have pleasure working on. And so I think that if when you solve a problem, you do that with a smile, and you have some pleasure, intellectual pleasure to do it, I think that clearly, well, that would be the kind of topic that would be probably very, very much relevant for you.
Yeah. Question number 9 is Somerville more of a competitive college?
We have 2 minutes left, so we need to do the last 2 questions very fast.
Okay, so I'll just say very quickly,
Yes.
I would say Somerville is not a competitive college in that the students the way I've seen it, and the professors, we really are working on supporting each other and supporting the students and helping everyone do as well as possible. But at the same time, I think our students really are pushing each other to work hard to really get to know the problems, and the students who are getting things a bit quicker, helping the students who are getting things a little less quick, and kind of pushing each other to do better and better.
No, clearly, I think indeed, it's positive competition. So they push each other, but I don't think that. So, but they are really collaborating. So this is not a place where people will be trying to push the other down to be higher. And indeed, it doesn't make any sense, because in any case, you also compete with other colleges if you think in terms of competition. So I think that it's more like some sort of healthy competition. And just for question 10, well, I think that's, so clearly, if you don't go until the end of the question, you should, well, that's okay, because So very often these are sometimes even open-ended questions, so where it could continue for a long time. So the idea is really to listen to you thinking out loud, indeed, and to try to sometimes nudge you in one direction or the other if you have some problem. But if at the end you have the feeling that, oh, I didn't do as well as I could or as well as I would, well, please keep calm, because there are more than one interview, first of all, so you should not lose confidence and lose hope. And also, in any case, well, few people arrive at the end and still many people get the place. It means that it's not only about getting the right solution, it's really about seeing the journey, the mental journey that you had.
Great. Well, I think that's all we have time for. But,
yes.
But yeah, it's very nice answering your questions. I hope this was helpful for you all. And I think there's a second Maths and Computer Science live stream question and answer tomorrow. It's from 11:45 to 12:15. So
yeah. So thanks a lot for coming, and yeah, it was nice to see you. And maybe you can come tomorrow to see two other tutors explaining you maybe different aspects than what we've been saying to you. Thank you, and looking forward to seeing you in December, hopefully.
Yeah.